All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've got the Case tournament today. This is hosted by People's Card Shop and Top Choice Gaming. I'm joined with Malik. How you doing, Malik?
Good. How are you, Evan?
I'm doing well. It's been a bit of a hot start, but we've made it. We're here, and I'm excited to see this tournament. We've have what over 100 players today.
Yeah. The exciting thing about that, not just over 100 players, 100 players from, I think we have some people from Ecuador. We have some people from the UK. We have a ton of Vegas locals, of course. We got a ton of people all over the States. So that's, I think, what's more exciting about
I
the
think I
tournament.
saw someone with from Europe or not from Europe, from Australia as well too. Which
Australia, there were some countries I probably can't pronounce if I wanted to right now. So it's all over the place, which is really exciting to see. And I'm glad everyone has the opportunity to play the card game that they love.
Yeah, exactly. And I normally do a lot of online tournaments myself, and I said to you guys too. I appreciate you guys not only running this but reaching out to me because I was looking for something to host, and I just wasn't in the cards for me. But being able to work with you guys just made a lot of sense. So I'm happy we're able to do this today.
Yeah, we are definitely glad to. I'm super excited to be co-casting with you. I mean, I know the panel of players and casters that you normally have on here, so I am just trying to make sure I fill in the right shoes. I've seen too many people on here from Android to
Yeah.
Strongest Wizard, all kinds of different names on here. So I'm excited to even be on the panel with you. To be
Yeah,
honest.
I appreciate it. And especially since this is a local store to you, I want to make sure to support locals and just your scene and everything else with it. So no brainer to me. And looking like might be a bit of a thought though is if we're keeping these hands. We've got James on the left, not a stranger to my streams. We got some Eggman dice on the side there already, but
There
playing
we go.
the format warper, the blue doe flamingo, and then we've got Michael on the right playing my favorite leader right now. It's the red and purple star deck 10 Luffy.
I've heard. You've been pretty adamant on this leader for a little bit. I've been watching the videos and the rankings
Yep.
from I believe it's I can't remember the name, but the ranked One Piece.
Yeah,
And
TCG matchmaking. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, not getting a ton of play, but I think it's always one of those sleeper decks that I believe it was the first nationals that someone got fourth with it and had a lot of spice. So it's one of those decks that's a sleeper deck and definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, I think red and purple have just gotten like so many slow adaptations in it, and obviously purple Luffy, any purple Luffy is just really strong right now, and I think that the red purple one in particular, and part of the reasons from that card we just added to our hand, it's the Gum Gum Giant, such a strong card, especially when we're a 6K leader.
Yeah, and Doflamingo, obviously we've seen this leaders too many times for the last this set and last half a set, I guess. So
Yeah.
we're gonna be interested to see what this deck can do. I know it can spam the board with a ton of fives, but it is gonna have to take a Dawn every turn to effectively swing into that six, and then obviously this Luffy is going to probably ramp up extremely quick. So we're gonna see what is quicker, the ramping here or the ability to kind of contest the life with the 6K swings.
Yeah, 100%. And looks like we are rearranging and we're passing back to Luffy. And so one of the most unique leaders is this red purple Luffy. Since we do have only 3 life, we are a 6K. We've got a pretty good like mid to late game ability of like a free ramp and active. We're gonna just start with a 6K, being able to do 1 damage to Doflamingo, and we're actually going to go a 5 with Nami afterwards. So no 3-drop Zoro ramp card, which I think is fair because that normally will get bounced back to hand anyways with the 4-drop Trafalgar laws.
Yeah, I think the pressure with the two swings is really good. He's going to have to obviously contest with this Perona. Obviously, we probably don't care much about it on the RP Luffy side,
Yeah.
but just making him deal with your characters and deal with the pressure of the swings while obviously the Doflamingo is going to spam or spaz the board very quickly. We want to try to make sure we can pressure that life and put him in tough situations to where he's going to have to play blockers and not play as optimally with the Jinbeis and whatnot.
Yep. And so we're playing out the 2-drop Marshall D Teach, one of the new cards from the star deck. What a strong card for the deck too. Just being able to put any card to the top, put two, like it just sets up your leader effect so nicely. So we were able to play out a Jinbei, which had put out a Weevil to put a draw, and now we're an 8K to a 6K leader. We're gonna take that first damage.
Yep, and that's I think and you can kind of touch on this point. Obviously, with the RP Luffy deck, you're not really looking to take that first life too early. So this 8K swing going into life, I think, is could come up later in the game. I'm not sure from your experience if you want to stay healthy pretty early.
It just kind of depends a little bit. The bigger kind of threat I find is just how many weevils and how many boas they can establish. Since those are 6Ks naturally, those are hard for us to remove, but also they put a lot of pressure on us as well. I think best card right here is if we have a Bond Clay, and then we're able to just attack really big into the Jinbei. That'd be pretty strong, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. We're going to play out the Yasop, which I do like this ad too. This will let us become a 7K leader, and then also, yeah, pressure and remove that 5K Jinbei.
Yeah, this card, Yasop's been getting a ton of more play, obviously, with the addition of the Shanks leader. And I think it's a very good card at the current moment, just adding the additional 1K to leader, putting this Luffy a little bit, oof, as we talk about putting the leader out of touch, we're going to go ahead and just send the card back to hand. So that Jozu there, a very good tempo play, even though he doesn't get a swing off into that Luffy. Does effectively nullify that turn to make his opponent tap 5 Don for absolutely nothing, which I think with this Doflamingo deck is a really huge play, especially the next turn where he's going to be able to probably play some other bodies, use that teach effect, and start using some Don efficiency to start swinging at um, the 6K leader here.
Yeah, I will say it's like a little bit unfortunate, but at least like that was your opponent's entire turn, right? Like they weren't able to pressure our life at all. They weren't able to get any cards out of our hand. So from that regard, we're still sitting pretty nice. It might be literally just play Yasop again, yeah, and then maybe go from. It's just such a rough time because we're at 7 Dawn right now,
Yeah.
one less than what we need for a leader effect.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We haven't seen any ramp whatsoever from this RP Luffy, so maybe not the most optimal starting hand. We did search the Gum Gum, so maybe we just don't have any ramp to effectively get us up there quicker, which I think most of the time on your guys' third turn, you're pretty close to that 8.
Yeah, but we will be able to get to 10 next turn. If we have a 10 drop Shanks, we're in a pretty good spot. I find being able to do that is just really strong for the deck. Being able to
Yeah,
play
so
it,
we're
and well, on a deck that likes to go wider, Shanks just gets
mhm.
so much stronger. It just means like you're a 7K leader against everything that can attack.
So interesting so far what this game's turned out. We're going to tap. Is that 8 Dawn there? Nope, 7 Dawn,
7,
and
and we're actually gonna get rid of the Yasop. Okay.
pretty costly, but it seems like this Doflamingo is completely okay with using a lot of the cards to tempo out to make sure that he can contest and control this board. And looks like we're going to get a 7K swing into leader and also be able to 7K with this leader activating the teach effect
Mm-hmm.
and leaving that 1 Don active to spin out maybe a Boa to swing 8 or potentially another Jinbei Weevil to set up another 2 cards on the board.
Yeah, Boa would be really nice here because we would then be able to get the Dawn to our Weevil to get 3 7K attacks this turn. But we're just playing out the law for tempo. I don't know if I agree with that. I might have just gone
Yeah,
7.
so it looks like just spinning out the body, which is pretty good.
Yeah, just a 5K body just means so much less when we're a 6K leader. And it could get like another attack later onto it, but I'd almost I value the pressure a little bit more. But we're going to 9, then 10 using leader ability. We're going to spend that 9 for a new gate. So now we're an 8K leader, and we're going to swing a big 8 into. I guess there, yeah. I think that's fine. I really wish that we could have attacked into the Weevil, though. I'm guessing.
Yeah. We are leaving that 1 Don up, so obviously going to be able to stay healthy. And throw it out any attacks, obviously, but we're probably not even going to be able to swing 8K into this leader unless we're going to commit some Don, which is 2 Don for the Jozu, or 2 Don for the Weevil, 1 Don for the Jozu. But we do have that Teach, which allows, to cheat out some Don, and we're going to tap Perona there. And it looks like we bottom deck those 5 cards, I believe so, and then tap another Perona
Yeah.
to look at the next top 5. So potentially maybe looking for some Boas to get some more cheating out Don effects here. And being able to really contest this board while also setting up blockers to deal with the Whitebeard here.
Yeah.
Looks like we got some judge calls going on, so people are playing some serious games here, making sure that everything is officiated correctly.
I will say I appreciate both players using dice. That's like my one thing of just like please, it makes your life easier, it makes your opponent's easier, it makes my life easier, which is like the 5%. But like, it's very helpful just to know that we have this 8K leader here, And what? There's 3 cards in life on one side, 2 cards on the other side.
Yeah, very easy to see, making it obviously easier for us to cast and kind of follow along with what's going on. I'll be honest, I'm probably one of the worst players to watch on stream because I'm moving all over the place, hands are everywhere. I got no dice unless I'm playing a black deck, so
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the players making it easy for us.
For sure. And we've got what I believe 7 more done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are we at? Yeah. No, we're at our full 10, aren't we? For yeah, we've only done one ramp for red, purple, Luffy. Yeah, so we've got 8 Dawn to work with. And are we? We're putting everything on our leader, huh? I think that's the case. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, uh, and then 8. So
Sorry about that. I
13
have to
to 8.
officiate it. Judge here. So looks like Boa. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So we could do 4K, 2K. So we could use Gum Gum Giant and then a 2K from hand to get out of this, I believe. Because this is 8 plus 15, 13. Yeah. So I think that's the numbers we have. We're going to use the Gum Gum Giant. We're going to get rid of a 9 cost Luffy, lose 2 Dawn, and draw 2. And this is just the power of this card, especially like when we are such a chunky leader as it is, right? Like we get out of these attacks and like don't lose anything. Yeah, there's the extra 2K as well. So
Yeah, so actually pretty effective counter out. I was actually kind of considering, I mean, maybe potentially not countering out, but the fact that we're at 8K and we got a plus 4K, essentially just a 2 card counter out there, which doesn't feel too bad, especially for a 13 or 12 plus K swing, and staying healthy against what this board state looks like. And it looks like we have maybe about 4 to 5 cards in the hand from Dofi. So potentially something that the red purple Luffy can take advantage of to just continue to blitz his life, tax his hand, really put him in a pretty lethal position pretty quickly to where the Dofi is not really going to be able to contest 6 and 7K leaders with multiple cards in hand and potentially multiple Dawn left up for the Gum Gum.
yeah, and so we were able to use the new gate to be able to get the removal on the teach. We're gonna use queens here to draw 2 and trash 1. One thing I'll also say is that last turn, Doflamingo probably would have gone a little bit better by just going. I think they could have made like 3 8K attacks. I think
Yeah.
been that would have forced one more card out of hand than this big 14K, which is crazy to think about, but it is the truth.
Yeah, that is honestly a skill set that has to be worked on in this card game.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with situations nowadays where there's Red Hawks coming out of life, you kind of have to do the mathematics and then almost redo your math. Check your work in a sense,
Yeah.
to really see what's the more effective way to swing. And even if you're swinging one big swing versus maybe 2 or 3 little swings, you got to kind of do the mathematics as to how many cards that might be or what the end result might be. Because obviously, I'm sure all too well. 1Ks in this game. I lost by 1K. I won by
Yeah, yeah,
1K
yeah,
is a
yeah.
pretty common thing.
It's just
So it
like
looks like
the 6K leader curse, right? It just makes all math different. That I think a lot of people just like shortcut. They're like, oh, if I attack 7K, 7K is a really good number. Against 6K leaders, not very good. Also, like if you go like 8 to 6, then I can like Gum Gum Giant. It just really changes the fundamentals, and some people have a hard time
yeah.
adapting. So you get a lot of like mini advantage from there.
Yeah, definitely. But it looks like the Dofi player had a plan in hand or a plan in mind. Looks like he just really wanted to get a decent attack off. Felt comfortable with the board. Now it looks like he's potentially going to go wide, as we were kind of looking at. While also, pudding,
Ooh,
very
and we're
interesting.
playing the pudding. So I think we had like 6 or 7 cards in hand, and this will unironically probably determined who's winning this game. If you don't give them back a giant, right? We kept one Dawn open for that, right? Like this mid game pudding is rare, but so brutal.
Yeah, and also very interesting to note that we swung a 8K into leader, kind of giving him the opportunity to potentially get out of that pudding if the counter didn't wasn't adequate enough. But then we ripped a couple cards and then we puddinged, as opposed to putting first and then the 8K swing,
Yeah,
which obviously would have put him at 5 cards, and then the 8K swing would have been a little bit more taxing on the hand. The double 8K swing here would have been a lot more taxing on the hand. and potentially putting him in that spot where if he had the Gum Gum, then obviously now you're just RNG and hard drawing it. If you draw it, you draw it, which it looks like
We
we
did
actually
draw
did
it.
draw it, so
Yeah.
it didn't matter in that instance.
Yeah. So we're gonna use Gum Gum again. We're gonna be 10k to this 8k. Draw 2 cards, so we don't even lose any card advantage, which is probably the biggest thing for this card. The fact that like Red Purple Luffy's always had an issue with card advantage, and so being able to get out of these attack, like you get out of so many attacks for being a 6k leader, but then also on top of it, now being able to like not lose cards from getting out of a big swing like this.
Yeah, and one thing to also note on the earlier swing, we were able to swing. I believe it's if I remember correctly, Beard is a 12k, it's 14k into face. We obviously blocked with the boa, but we were able to get rid of that teach. So making it a lot more difficult for this Dofi player to cheat out that Dawn. Obviously, getting that Teach effect where you put 1 card on top of the deck and then use 2 Rested Dawn to attach to anywhere, making pretty much every one of these swings um, be able to touch the Luffy, even if we have a Yasop going into 7K here. So we're actually having to use the Dawn, which feels really bad to note, like you said, on those 6K leaders. Sometimes just attaching the Dawn just feels really bad, but you have to
You have to do it.
obviously
Yeah,
get in
yeah.
there to try to do some type of damage.
All right, we're back at 10 Dawn. 1 life to 3. 3 cards it looks like in hand for Doflamingo.
Yep. Full board,
Full board,
which
yeah.
is 3 6K or 2 6Ks and then a 7K Jozu. We do have I would say maybe 4 or 5 cards in hand, maybe 6 potentially for the RP Luffy. Oh, he's fanning it out here for about 6 cards in hand, so he's pretty healthy. 1 life. Um, definitely has a Whitebeard swing, 10 Dawn. So there's a lot of things that we can do here. What's something that you're looking for on this 10 Dawn turn to kind of swing the game into the RP Luffy's favor?
Um, it really just depends on like what cards we get. Like, there's so many like good top end cards here. Another Newgate would be really good. Secret Rare Luffy, which we've seen discard earlier. All of those
Hmm.
would be very strong right now. And it looks like it's going to be the Luffy. Yeah, that's a really helpful card in this situation.
Okay. And he's actually electing to clear board here to kind of contest, which I think is a pretty good choice. He has his opponent at 3 life. Looks like he's going to go 5 into face here, ramp that active Dawn, which is really effective.
Yeah, one one
Electing to.
one tiny nitpick. So Purple Luffy lets you choose one or more. You could have used -2. You would have gone a Dawn back active from Zoro, and then you could use leader effect to get another Dawn back active. So we could have
Okay,
had
so
one
that's a little
extra
bit of.
Dawn. It's a nitpick, I know, but
The one Dawn, like you said, that 1K, the one Dawn, everything in this game, the mathematics, it's. I think we've all been in the friend groups all too well to where
yeah,
you're coming back from an event and your friend comes up and the first thing they say, I lost by 1K. That 1K is that one Dawn. But it looks like he elected to not even use that Dawn, so potentially could be pump faking
Gum Gum once
the
again.
Gum
Yeah,
Gum again, which I think would be the third copy here, which I'm assuming this deck is probably playing 4 because the card is honestly just really too good.
it is too good. Nothing finds a Gum Gum like another gun. Like it's like the fact that the card finds itself by drawing two. It doesn't matter as long unless I see 4 copies of it in my opponent's trash. You should almost always leave one open because your opponent's going to change their math based on it too. It's just such a good fake all the time.
So we got a 7K swing here. Okay. I was like, where's this pudding going to? The pudding is going into the Zoro. I do like clearing the Zoro. The Dofi player, and I could be, like you said, a little nitpicky here. We're sequencing the swings a little kind of out of order. In this instance, not really going to matter, but we did swing 8K and then we puddinged and then we swung 7K into leader and then the pudding into the Zoro. I would like to just kind of sequence it top to or bottom to top because you never know. I highly doubt he's going to count on the Zoro, but if you swing into it, he gives you a card, then that might change the mathematics on what you do this turn. And you might be able to just, go 8 face, 9 face, 10 face, and then really put him in a bad position because it's giving you additional counters that are unnecessary.
Yeah, and looks like we've got copy number 3 of the Gum Gum Giant here, so we will be able to get out of this, getting a Bond Clay out of our hand once again.
Yeah, at this point in the game, it's definitely not necessary. You're not really going to be copying any of the 5 or 6Ks. You're really just looking for the top end of the counter. Especially right now, I think any, like you said, new gates or the rush Luffy, the secret Luffy, is very helpful in this instance to apply pressure to the board and or life. And I believe our blue Dofi player is sitting at one, going to two potential cards in hand.
Yeah, and it's one card in hand. We know they have a single 2K, so that helps math out quite a lot.
And
Excuse
I
me.
believe that's on the end. Is that the gecko there? One of the newer geckos?
It's an SP of the
SP. Yep.
yeah. So it's the one that added a the boa to hand. So
Okay. We got pretty full board from the Dofi player, but also, I believe 4 to 5 cards in hand from the RP Luffy. And in this game, would you say his resource management is doing pretty well? Because I know you said it struggles with just maintaining the resources and really staying active in the hand. It looks like he's pretty active with 5 to 6 cards pretty much the entire game.
yeah, it's just like the power of Gum Gum Giant in this, where it will like you have three more. We activated three of them, right? So we have three more cards in our hand than we should have right now, and that's huge right now. Imagine we only had three cards right now; it'd be a completely different game.
Yeah, that would be a little tough. Looks like we're going to clear the pudding here with the leader. Luffy's going to swing into the Jinbei, or excuse me, the Weevil, and then the.
Ooh, oh, we're playing Big Mom. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
So that is effectively almost clearing the entire board.
Yeah, and I'm generally not playing that card in my own builds. But I understand why it's there, right? We're a 3 life leader, and we have a card that we can ramp to that heals, right? Like it makes sense. And at this point,
Yeah.
Doflamingo's pretty out of resources, right? We're down to like single cards. Where I don't know, we're not doing super hot.
Yeah, so it looks like we're playing the Sengoku here to search for another card. And at this point in time, we're going to know every single card in our opponent's hand. So, like you said, makes the math a lot easier. And at this point in time, we're pretty much just going to be putting him, we technically have him at lethal. He's on a 2 turn clock right now, unless he can play a blocker. But even then, um, yeah, it's not looking too good for the Doflamingo player. We're going to draw one off the Weevil. But honestly, in this spot, we're maybe looking for um, a blocker. We can potentially clear this board from this RP Luffy and then put him on 1 life, which is pretty much going to be guess for game in a turn or two.
Yeah, and we off the blind, nothing off the leader. We have 8K going back down to 1 life. But yeah,
So let's
this is looking kind of rough for Doflamingo now. We'll see if Red Purple is finally able to kind of stabilize here.
So we got a 9 going directly to face from the mom. We're going to swing the beard also into life. That's going to be a take. Going to swing the treasure Luffy into face. That's going to be a take. And I imagine we're going to play a bigger body here. Maybe a 10
Oh,
cost.
10
That does not
cost
feel good.
Luffy. That is very strong here. All right, we're going to be able to use the effect of a bunch of things, honestly. This is going to be a 7K to go in. All right, we're going to end our turn. We're going to get another turn. Thank you to the 10 drop.
Yep. So, and I believe we have 3 cards in hand here. We get to
Uh,
activate the.
oh, we
Oh,
didn't. Okay.
we could have activated the Luffy there. I don't think. Oh, and we
Oh, we're
countered
getting
out.
punished for it, too. A little bit. Because we could have had one more Dawn. Yeah, because we could have used their effect. All right, we'll see. We'll see if it comes back to bite us then.
Yeah. So, we're sitting at pretty healthy 5 cards in hand for the RP Luffy. This math is going to be, I wouldn't say difficult, but it's going to be pretty much if you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. So we're going to swing a 10 immediately. And then it looks like the next swing is going to be, I believe that's going to be an 11 there.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to 2K 2K 1K. Yeah, and we're gonna scoop it on up. Yeah, super close and a little risky at the end there. I don't know if we had to full commit to the 10 drop, but it ended up working out. And Michael was able to take round one with the red and purple Luffy.
Yeah, so interesting matchup. Definitely kind of out of reach for the Dofi again, just kind of in that spot to where he just couldn't get there. I think obviously that 6K leader, that's kind of the dilemma of it. You know, you got to attach that Dawn, effectively kind of taken away from your game plan. Pretty much every turn you have to plan around it. So I think, and then getting rid of the Teach, I think was also a really good contingent point for the RP Luffy to not allow his opponent to cheat out that Dawn
Yeah,
every turn.
yeah, I agree, and really, really, excuse me, excuse me, risky at the end, but yeah, I don't know, I don't play the 10 drop secret as much as I like the card, as much as I think it's cool. It kind of just puts you in these situations where, putting out blockers would have just been a little bit safer. Like Dofle, like you've established enough at that point where, uh, you really could have been punished if your hand was like a little bit worse at the end there. But I honestly, it was a fun game, and I'm really happy we were able to watch that one.
Yeah, that one's not one you see too often. So I'm always glad to kind of see the kind of off meta matchups, if you will, even though
Yeah,
Dofi is meta,
yeah,
RP
yeah,
is kind of meta as well, but not as much.
yeah. I don't know. I really like Red Purple Luffy, so I'm biased, but I will definitely like to watch their games when we can. I'll take a break for the next round or two if we can, but I think that the deck is super solid right now, and I hope more people jump on it. I hope it does well at Card Fest on our next weekend.
Yeah, very interesting to go. And I'm assuming you're going to be at Nats as well.
I will not be there, unfortunately. I'll be stuck in Cali, but I'm looking forward to seeing the stream and what does well. And this meta has been really interesting already, which is more interesting than I thought it would be.
Yeah, definitely. It's turning out to evolve obviously as the games are getting played. I know I've watched some of your videos. You've kind of noticed the downtick in Blackbeard and the
Yeah,
uptick in a couple other decks, and it'll be interesting to see what some of the top players, especially those who are going to invites. My team, myself, will
yeah.
be there, and I can completely understand California. I know the tickets from Vegas were very indifferent. So I can only imagine one state over from California where things are over ever so more expensive. I can especially see that.
Yeah, yeah. So it's unfortunate. I wish it could have gone, but there will be other ones in the future, and I think it will be okay for from that side. But we've got how much time left in the round? We've got
Looks like we have 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes or so. Let's see. We've got this Bonnie versus Black and Purple Luffy. Let's just jump over there real quick. I'll have to update the names, but let's jump over there.
Okay.
All right, and the characters. But we've got on the left, we've got Bonnie, which ended up doing really well at our Treasure Cup this past weekend. So I think people there's always every time we change meta, people kind of shift off leaders and then come back to it. And I think Bonnie's something that's always kind of worth cutting back to.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, playing against a black purple Luffy, which I don't know if a lot of people have reps against this deck or they really know exactly what all the cards do or what to look for and how to play against it. But it's a very interesting deck, and I think versus this Bonnie here, a very interesting. Well, 4 lives, so it doesn't look to be going too
Yeah,
well with
yeah,
this one
yeah.
plus
Unfortunately, it
Luffy.
looks like Bonnie's kind of stabilized. But I agree with your sentiment. I think the purple and black Luffy is really cool. There's a lot of great interactions and synergies that you don't get to see with other kind of color combinations. But I just don't know if the deck is there yet. It's so close. I think we're so close to finding the magic brew for it. But before then, it's tough to find your best way to play it. I think right now.
Yeah, especially like you said, it's a new leader, so a lot of you have to do a lot of testing with it, a lot of kind of breaking the meta, if you will, especially with the deck like Bonnie's, who's pretty established. And I mean, you see cards that have been doing the same thing since OP01, the 8 drop kid there, which is just a menace versus pretty much any deck that's not black. Unless you have an Otama pistol in hand and red, you're probably going to have some difficulty with that card. But we are seeing a Gecko come out of the black purple Luffy, which a lot of people I don't think remember that that is a card that is played.
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. I have so many builds. I'm like, do I even have to add it? Gecko. It's not as good as it is in like in a more standard black deck, right? You're not getting removal. You're getting some value, right? Like you get to draw 2 cards and establish a blocker, which is pretty
Yep.
good. But you definitely you sometimes you wish for like the hard removal, which you just really don't get in this one.
Yeah, and it looks like it's actually just going to be a value gecko, which, from my experience, is pretty much what this deck does. You get the +1 off the searcher there, and then obviously the Frankie effect as well. But still in a position to where we have one blocker, one active Dawn. Potentially, it looks like maybe about 5 or 6 cards in hand, facing a 10k swing at minimum. He can turn this Basil sideways because he's not really afraid to lose it, because he's not going to obviously die next turn, and then a leader with 10 Dawn. So might not get too far with what's on the board and what's in hand here with the amount of swings. And we're gonna play a Horty Jones
Oh,
actually
that's
to
just
rest.
gonna it's gonna rest the Dawn and the blocker. Yeah, that's game over. I hate to
Yeah,
be so absolute about it, but there's really nothing you can do here with the board that you've already have established. It is going to be pretty tough to survive this turn.
and also forget sometimes that the Horty Jones can rest the Dawn.
Yeah.
Not a very used tactic. Obviously, kind of here sparsely versus some decks, mainly against like a Nami and those types of things. But he is going to show the entire hand here,
We got out of that
and
one, and we had the man. If we had the Gum Gum Giant available to us, maybe we might have been able to stabilize, but it's the Hody. The Hody really let us go for game.
yeah, so pretty interesting matchup. We're getting some very interesting matchups, which is something I love to see, especially with, like I said, players from all over the country, all over the world.
Yeah,
Actually, we're getting just, people are playing some of their favorite leaders. Some people are playing the meta decks, so we're getting a good variety going into the nationals.
I
And
think this meta
hopefully,
is great, which is the key thing. Like this is the I was a little bit nervous because this is the first meta we've had in a while where we didn't get a restriction list
yep.
beforehand. But I think so many different decks are viable, and the decks that are viable, a lot of them people get to make their own different brews and ratios and just everything else, which is really cool.
Yeah, so it's very interesting to see. We've had quite a various set of metas in some of our Monday tournaments as well.
Hmm.
We've had actually Bonnie got second in one of the last tournaments, and then I think a Shanks won that one as well. We actually had a Whitebeard win one of them.
Oh wow.
Um, so yeah, it's very, and the Whitebeard player is a Whitebeard player. He's been playing it for quite a while, so he definitely knows how to turn them sideways.
Yes, yes, he's been doing it for years at this point. So, but yeah, if you guys are new to the stream here, so this is a online case tournament hosted by People's Card Shop, Top Choice Gaming, and Eggman Events. Technically, if I can include myself on that one, but yeah, we got some dice for top 8. Those are the last time I've got those are my last of the 2024 events dice. I've got some new dice for 2025 that I'm excited to show off. Maybe not today, but in the future. But I'm happy we're here and looking forward to the rest of this. So we have 100 players, a little bit more actually, like 110. So we have 6 or 7 rounds today. This is round number 1. We're going to take a tiny break going into round number 2, get that set up. Let me know if there's any decks you guys want to see. I saw a Foxy win on table 5, so
It's interesting.
that's my bet for going to round 2. But if there's anything else you guys want to try to find, let us know. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys in round number 2.
Perfect.
All right, we are back. We've got for you guys round number 2 is going to be a purple Luffy from OP05 versus a red Shanks leader.
Let's see
And
here.
this is Shanks did win the Booster Box Treasure Cup, so it's the reigning champion here in North America. I know it's a lot of people have been trying out a lot of different builds with this guy, and it's really interesting to have kind of more of a defensive red deck, right? We've never really had that kind of like red's always kind of been more aggressive leaning, and it's kind of like how you end the game with Shanks. You play a bunch of like 9s and 10 drops, but having this like inherently defensive ability is pretty unique for Shanks.
Yeah, it's one of the more meta matches we'll probably see today. Obviously, we'll probably see this a ton. I would imagine towards the later portions of the tournament. So, going to be something to get used to. But starting off, looks like we are just going to be starting off first with the Shanks passing over to nothing, Purple Luffy passing over to nothing, and back over to the Shanks with 3 Dawn. I imagine we probably play a
I always say
3
it wrong.
Dawn. I'm
Not
not
long.
exactly sure here.
Hongo, Hongo. Yeah, it's gonna be the Hongo.
Go. Okay, yeah.
So this guy's pretty good. It depends on you. You have to be aware of the matchup you're going into, but being able to play this early, getting that minus 2K set up for later in the game is super strong. You don't really want to lose it from hand because it is a 2K, but yeah, being able to use it to get rid of something with a Ben Beckman is pretty invaluable. But they're going to start off with a 6K attack. Shanks is also a leader you have to play kind of differently into with his leader effect. You always want to kind of pressure them 1K above because you always want to make sure they have to use at least one card to get out of an attack.
Yeah, so definitely interesting. The Hongo, like you said, is going to be able to assist us with a couple of minus effects, potentially putting some things in range for the Marco.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 6K is going to be just out of range to get Marcoed, but it looks like we might be potentially playing an Ace here, potentially Lucky Roo. The Shanks decks has some pretty interesting 5 and 4 cost characters that allow it to play the mid range game before it gets into the bigger turns to compete with the 7 cost Luffy and the 5 cost Sanguros on the other side.
Yeah, 100% agree. And looks like we're thinking about paying 4, attaching 4, attaching 3. Kind of depends if we're playing like the Red Hawk version, if you want to leave 2 open. No, just Big 10 going
Well,
into Purple Luffy. You're going to have to take this one going down to 3 life and likely just passing afterwards.
yeah, and Purple Luffy, from my experience, obviously with other purple renditions of other Purple Luffy decks, is pretty aggressive with taking that life. We're kind of okay with going to 2, potentially 1, because they do have that 9 cost mom to put back life from the top of the deck and also mitigate some of that board. But very interesting to see. And then also, like you noted, depending on the build, looks like we're going to go 5 here, use the leader effect, and then 6. Depending on the build of the Shanks, kind of depicts how the deck plays in terms of if it's going to be the control, if it's going to have the Red Hawks, potentially play some of the building snakes. So very interested to see what this version is looking like. And then we're obviously just going to get the standard 7 cost Luffy into the 4 cost Zoro to search for the 2 cost Franosuke, or the 2K Franosuke.
Yeah, and the Luffy Taro is very good for this deck. Right, it came out of Star Deck 18 back in what late October. Really
Yep.
gave a lot, like just something to put into the actual deck to be more consistent, more strong, and these 6K bodies really start to add up. It's very tricky for Shanks to outright get rid of them outside of Ben Beckman.
Yeah, I haven't had much to play on the side of the Shanks here. We are at, I believe, 7 Dawn. So a Ben Beckman is obviously the card we play out on curve here. We can obviously target either one of these Zoros, um, potentially using the Hangoro, the
Yeah,
Hango,
yeah, the
to
Hongo.
target the Luffy to potentially Ben Beckman a Luffy and then have a 5K swing into leader.
Mm-hmm.
But we also do have to worry about what the purple Luffy is going to do. I imagine we either see another 7 cost Luffy into another 4 or 5 cost character, or potentially a big mom, kind of completely mitigating the board, which would clear the bigger body. He'd be able to swing into the Hongo, and then every other card would be able to just start attacking the life and putting chicks into the late game.
Man, so we're excuse me, we're attacking 5 into leader and then attaching this going into leader once again. Very tough position to be in. Like obviously a Ben Beckman would have been fantastic. We would have been able to get rid of a Zoro, and then we would have been able to like even like use Hongo effect to be able to pressure the other 4 cost Zoro. But without any inherent removal, we're going to take there's going to be a lot of pressure this turn.
Yeah, and from my experience, just kind of being a player, I would imagine this signifies that we have a ton of big bodies here that we're going to attempt to try to race the board with, which is why we're going to put him closer to zero as quick as possible.
Yeah.
So I imagine we're going to see. I believe we're going to potentially 10 or 9 Dawn here. So we might see a dragon. Dragon can attach that 2 Dawn to the leader, attach the regular rested or the non-rested Dawn to the leader, and then potentially swing an 8 and then a 9. So it looks like we're just going to be playing the race for both of these players, and then maybe this Luffy is going to put another couple bodies on board to make sure he can put his opponent in a bad position to go for these 10 and 9 drops.
Yeah. And
And that's the 10 cost Shanks there,
yeah.
the blow up one.
Yeah. And another Luffy Taro. This is so much pressure with another Zoro. Oh man, I think that just might be enough, to be honest. That's so much pressure.
Yeah, that is what the deck wants to do. It wants to play that 7 into a 5 or a 6, or excuse me, a 5 or into a 4. Potentially, sometimes even the I believe it's the Nami, the blocker one there, and just continue to put pressure on this board. But it also does leave him somewhat defenseless. We don't have an active Dawn to block any of these attacks, but we're at 4 life for the Shanks and 6 swings for the Luffy. So, I mean, if we do have the counter, we could potentially maybe put ourselves in a position to where we can just end the game in 2 turns, but it's not looking too hot for the Shanks.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. Not having any removal, like Ben Beckman last turn would have been fantastic. We would have gotten rid of one of these Zoros, being able to like pressure something else, and then just have like a body to play with this turn. Not having that is so rough right now.
Yeah, it looks like we missed out on everything there, which is why it kind of gave me the understanding of maybe he just has the big bodies and we're just going to tap 8. Yep, for that dragon. The dragon's going to put 2 Dawn under that leader. I wouldn't be surprised if we leave 1 Dawn active, but unless we're playing the Rad Beam version, which I don't think most players are, obviously it's going to be the Red Hawk and the zero cost event. Looks like we're doing that exact play, going 8 and then going 9 into face, and we are literally just signifying we have nothing but Shanks and potentially counters in hand.
Yeah, and I don't like disagree with the play in the sense that we are so much healthier. We have better defense, and we have to apply pressure. So if Luffy doesn't respect that we can go for game next turn, they can be in a really tough spot. But at the same point, like we could just lose right here too. So we're gonna start off with a 6K attack, 2K
And
out.
potentially baiting that leader effect as well with that 6K.
Yeah, I at this point though, I think we just bully the dragon. Okay,
Yeah, it looks like
definitely bully the dragon now. Definitely bully the dragon now.
he might well, 1 card in hand. Yeah, at that point it's not looking too good. So we definitely clear that dragon, and then at that point in time you can. Oh, we're going face with
Yeah, no,
everything.
no,
Oh,
no, no.
okay.
They just misunderstood. Yeah, yeah. And then we go
Yeah, so
6.
good clear on the dragon. He's gonna have looks like maybe 5 or 6 Dawn here to kind of maybe play a blocker here just to kind of lock things up. Doesn't have to overexert himself with this Dawn. Everything's pretty much swinging for 6s or 7s or 8s. So I think this game is pretty much locked up for this purple Luffy player here. Just been able to spam the board way too quick, way too fast, and we missed a turn or two for the Shanks player here, which pretty much just kind of costed the game.
Yeah, and we're gonna play out the Onami. Use the effect to discard a card to draw 2, getting rid of a third copy of Luffy Taro. I think 2 copies is enough. And I think our Shanks players should have been like they should have just respected how they had to go for game, right? And the fact that they didn't they got out of so many attacks early just meant that they could just clear the dragon for free. And I think you needed that dragon to be able to maybe win the game.
Yeah, with 2 Dawn active, pretty much signifying that we have double Gum Gum here, which pretty much puts the game out of reach. Even if we were to play a second dragon and swing 9/9, we probably just take the first one and then make him fully commit going into the second one, and that's going to be pretty much a scoop up. So honestly, not much to think about here. You can play maybe like double 5 cost Rayleigh, which is double blocker, maybe Lucky Roo Rayleigh, but even then, there's just too much advantage, too much damage, and not enough resources on the Shank side with only 2 life. So this game is wrapping up fairly quickly. between two of the more aggressive decks in the format. I would say two of the three most aggressive decks in the format outside of Dofi.
Yeah. I definitely think purple. I think you can play Shanks. It's up to the user if they want to be aggressive. Like your end game's really aggressive, right? Because you have such big boards. But I do think our Shanks player was just a little bit unfortunate with what they were and weren't able to see. And
Yep.
looks like we're going to use the effect. We're going to put 2 Dawn underneath our leader, likely. And
Yeah, it looks like we potentially will be going 9-9, and just hoping we get there. Gonna block obviously, and then another 9. We can just do anything to this 9, take it, block it, counter it.
9/9, or sorry,
Yep.
2/2/1. Yep, to get out of it. You
And
could
that
have
should
gone
wrap it up
giant
there. We got
too.
2 cards in hand, 2 life, and 5 swings with 10 Dawn. So that is going to be the game there for the purple Luffy player. And sometimes when you have it, you just have it.
Yeah. We start off with 8. We're gonna go 10, and then 6, 6, and 13. Yeah, likely gonna get there. Yeah, or just everything here. So this is 14. Yeah. We had 2K worth of counters, so that will be the game. So
Yeah, it doesn't look like he had it, honestly. In terms of just getting there throughout the entirety of the game, looking at the graveyard here, it looks like a ton of 2Ks, a couple counter cards, and maybe just 2 Rush Dragons. No 10 cost, no 7 cost, no 5 cost. Really nothing to build on as a foundation to really play the card game. Honestly, just turned him sideways and was unfortunate to run into a purple Luffy who, was able to play 7 after 7, and that pretty much spiraled the game out of control from there.
yeah, it's just super strong start from him, and not being able to, we didn't really play anything after the first 2 turns, so unfortunate there. Excuse me. Let
Fairly quick
me
round.
let me see if there's some other games we can jump into. Um, Table 3 is BY versus Lucci. Table 4 is a
Okay.
Nami versus Black and Purple Luffy. We got a Luffy versus Dofi. So I did want to watch the Foxy player, but they end up playing against the red and purple player we saw
Mm.
last game. So I didn't want to get the double for that one. Let's see.
Starting to show your bias here.
Yeah, a little bit. Let's keep on the Shanks players though. We've got a Blue Dofi versus Shanks, and this one looks like it's got a little bit more uh, game left in it. So and the Shanks players on the same side, so I have to do less work, which is a plus for me.
Okay. Let's check
Uh,
that out.
Let me get their Doflamingo. Yeah, let's go over to we're on table number 9.
Okay. And this is actually I was speaking earlier about one of the Whitebeard winners here in one of our Monday online box tournaments that we do every Monday. The player on the player on the left, who is normally a red player, is playing Blue Dofi. Um, One of the better players in Las Vegas, does pretty well at the events. Does really well. Has a couple of tops with Whitebeard itself.
Mm-hmm.
So switching over to Dofi, interesting enough to see him play this deck, but a pretty technical player, and is also a Flesh and Blood pro. So this is kind of one of his secondary games. So he's, one of the card game inept people that can just pick it up and kind of put it down where it needs to be.
Yeah, and definitely we're seeing some of the technical side, right? I think like the Boa itself is such a good card and technical card for the players that having to sequence it correctly, get the extra Dawn. There's a lot of tricky things you can do with it.
Yeah, and the interaction actually with the Shanks, when you swing, activate leader, play out a character, then you have to obviously activate the leader, and then let's say if that character is a Jinbei, then that Jinbei brings out a Boa, then the Boa effect triggers and brings out that 1K Dawn. So it's a very interactive game that you kind of have to be on your toes with at all times, because it could just be one counter that's not accounted for, one Dawn that's not accounted for with the Shanks leader and the Boa interaction with the rest of Dawn. So
All
we
right,
are
and we're
over to the Shanks.
yeah, and one card that
Forward.
we see in this matchup that we didn't see in the previous one is the 10 cost Shanks from OP09. I like this card probably a little bit too much. It is such a strong card. It is so good.
Yeah, and I think most lists are, if they are running it, they're probably running it at one. They also have that UTA searcher at either two or potentially 3 to 4 copies, so they're able to find it when they do need it. And it is a pretty good one for one. That's if you're kind of in a stalemate, you don't necessarily want to turn your 10 cost loose to rush the board. You can definitely play that to control the board. But this Shanks player here is really applying a ton of pressure with his board currently. The big thing to note is that static minus 1k from the 10 cost Shanks, and we are going to play Dragon, attach that 2 rested Dawn over to the leader. I imagine this is swinging potentially into one of the characters, which is a Boa, which goes down to 5k. And then that Dragon's going to turn loose as well, potentially going into that, into life, actually.
And going down to two, and that's kind of like the Doflamingo is such a an interesting deck when it comes to like the life management because you can be like at 4 life the entire game, have like a pretty decent hand size, but then late game you just pretty much take all cards in your life at once, right? Most people starve you out of resources from that really well, and there's like this midpoint where I'm like, man, if I could take a card from my life right now, I would do it. No questions asked. It's really interesting the balance.
Yeah, definitely. I think both decks, obviously, we're going to see a ton of at Nationals and pretty much going forward through this entire set.
Yeah.
So, obviously, some good gameplay to watch and learn from. It is looking like the Shanks is in control here with the 2 active Dawn potentially signifying a Red Hawk, which is pretty much active at the current moment because
Mm-hmm.
we have that static minus 1k on the Shanks character. So Peter might actively put a Dawn under this Jinbei potentially to protect it, or maybe even 2 Dawn. Or a Dawn under each card, because at this point everything is targetable by that Red Hawk. If we do use the leader effect, it can target those boas because they're at 5k, and we can also target this Jinbei because it's at 4k currently.
Yeah, and that's pretty sneaky at this point in the game, right? Like it's a little costly to be able to play a 10 drop Shanks and then leave two open. Yeah, if we have it right now, get rid of that Boa is going to just be super strong. And let's see if
Yeah,
we
so
do it.
that's a what is that? It's a 4K, 7K swing,
Yeah,
which would be a pretty good Red Hawk target. Obviously, some players like to hold it for the bigger swings, but I'm a pretty firm believer if you set the Dawn out to use it, use it when you can. Like you said, if you minus 1K to the Boa, Red Hawk out of the attack, that saves one attack, and you also get rid of one of the blockers, leaving your opponent at looks like 8-7 Dawn there. And I think we just
I think we use
leader
leader
effect
effect and
potentially
yeah,
countered.
yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I wish we had it. That would have been super strong there, but it looks like we were just bluffing and did not currently have the card.
So looks like it's going to allow Peter, the Dofi player here, to try to build a board again. We're going to go 7 into leader, activating the gecko or the leader effect to bring out a gecko, searching for Boa, which is perfect for that 4 Dawn that we have active here.
Yeah,
So pretty back and forth game so far. It does look like we are going to get some aggression from the Shanks on this next turn. So that definitely will shift the game. So we'll see how that turns out.
yeah, and we've got again so many cards in hand, which is deceptively good, right? There's so many times when like I feel like I've got good cards, but not actually. Like there's so many bricks we have to run in this deck, but
Yeah, it looks like a 7 or maybe 8, and he's actively okay with taking the 7K swings, not wanting to give up too many of the cards and potentially start showing his hand. Obviously, if he starts countering out early here, this deck is a deck that is almost similar to black or green in the sense to where your big bodies are going to be the bricks, and if you don't have that counter, you can have 4 or 5 cards in hand, and potentially 3 or 4 or 5 of them could be all just big bodies and have very little to no counter, like we seen earlier in the earlier Shanks match.
for sure. And I was watching the table seven, the Foxy matchup. Unfortunately, Foxy lost, but fortunately for me, the red purple Luffy won. So it was a win win situation for me. But unfortunately,
We actually we have a local who plays Foxy in pretty much all the bigger tournaments. So I'm
mm-hmm.
interested to see. I'll check here in the bracket just to see if I can see where he is. I know he plays Foxy all the time, so maybe that might be
it
you can
might
get
be
your fix
them.
in that way.
Is it Tariq?
It is Orion.
Orion. Okay, I don't
Yeah,
think
Orion.
he's playing Foxy today. I think that.
He's at table 35.
Oh, okay. Is there only one Foxy player then?
Potentially.
Because I'm only seeing one person who submitted saying that they were playing Foxy.
Let's see here. I'll jump in here real quick. Oh, table 35. Looks like they're already done, so we'll have to catch them on the ladder round. Looks like we're at a contention point here. Um, in this, we might have to. Looks like we might get a judge call potentially coming in here. Um, maybe there might have been some.
Uh,
Oh, his opponent looks like it's lagged out.
oh, sure. Here, I'll
Okay,
jump out of this table real quick. Too. I'll
okay.
go to a
Let me
different one as well.
make sure we get that judge over there.
But yeah, I saw
Interesting.
the Shanks player being a little bit.
Yeah, he was kind of stuck on the two fingers out there, hopefully trying to counter out, but looks like he got countered out by his internet provider, and
Yeah,
he's going to have to see exactly what's going on with that. So hopefully we can get him situated back into the game without having any issues there. But we'll have that judge on top of that. So
yeah. Well, let's go to. I'll have to update some names and stuff. Let's just go to table 21. Both these players should be undefeated. It's Dofi versus Lucci. Spoilers. There's going to be a lot of Dofi today. It is unavoidable at this point. I think is the right
yep.
way to say it. So let me change
Just,
the things
I
too.
like this camera on the left hand side. You can't miss anything.
No,
Everything is.
that is it seems like a really nitpicky thing, but I get really particular about webcam setups since I've seen them all at this point, right? And to see a
Yeah.
clean one, oh, it is so kind. Like no, because this is stuff that I put on my own channel, right? It's to say like, hey, I'm sorry, this webcam sucks, and I have literally no control about it. We're just gonna have to move past it. So I
Yeah,
do
not much.
appreciate the Rob Lucci players setup for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like this game is I mean, we can just look at the board. We got not much going on with the Dofi player, and I noticed in one of your videos, actually, the last one that you put out with the rankings, you've seen a little bit of a downtick in the Blackbeard deck, but a little bit of an uptick in this Lucci deck. Especially, it looks like some of the players are trying to counter the meta potentially and go against the best deck, as the Lucci has a really good matchup into this Dofi.
Yeah.
And a pretty decent matchup into the red shanks and the purple luffys, which is kind of anywhere from a 50-50 or maybe a little less than that. So it seems like we're getting a lot of showings of that as well with the top deck of Dofi and then just the counter of the black deck here, the Lucci.
Yeah, Lucci's just like, I mean, we see the board on the other side, right? It's double Moria, double Lucci's. We know those Lucci's removed one or two bodies. It is just such a powerful deck here that it is difficult for even an aggressive like tempo deck like Doflamingo to get enough advantage to make it work. So because it's like at 2 life, we might just be witnessing the end of the game here, to be honest.
Yeah, looks like only 3 cards in hand for the Dofi. We did bounce 1 card, so we're gonna go 9. Gonna take that first swing, and we have double 9 plus another 7 Dawn hanging out here. So it looks like 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. So that is going to wrap that game up pretty handedly. As he swings about a 14 or 13 here with the rest of the Dawn into the Dofi with double
Yeah.
femur in hand. So had the win condition, just could not get his opponent to 1 life. As you said, double Dofi, double Lucci every turn. That's potentially at minimum 1 card coming off the board, not including swinging into cards. So that's 2 cards every turn, which
And we
is
got
very
triple
detrimental for a
Perona on the
Dofi.
top. That's so funny.
Oof.
So, but yeah, I honestly though our Doflamingo like recognizing what their out was for that game, I think was really strong. If we hit like a red rock early off top life, being able to get out of an attack, I think we've additionally been strong. So just played to their outs, just wasn't able to get there.
Yeah, we got some interesting builds for the Dofi. I've seen it's pretty standard for most Dofi decks, but there's I think a couple tech cards. Some people like the 7 cost, some people like the 6 cost events. Some people are I think I've seen that player actually playing the Kaya
Yeah.
to potentially help with mitigating some of the bricks out of hand. I've seen the both laws, the one that it bounces itself and you take a card out of your opponent's hand if they have 6 or more. So very interesting to see what's rendition, if you will, of what Dofis are playing, even though it's about a 4 to 5 card change for most decks.
Mm-hmm.
But some people are cutting the red rock. Some people only play the 7s. Some people don't play the 7s. No Jozu. So there's a lot of different variations of Doflamingo, even though majority of the deck is the same.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of just decision making still for deck building, and we're jumping into another. It's the same matchup in the same spots, but Doflamingo versus Lucci, almost like Reminiscence, right? We see Gecko Mario, we see a couple 4 cost Luccis on the other side, But we do have 3 life for Dofi right now. But it looks like I think Lucci's going to stabilize for this game.
Ooh, sorry if you guys can hear the baby in the background. We got it is the People's Card Shop, and we got all kinds of people in here, babies, adults, all kinds of different things. So,
You've got like puppy dogs too, right? Even
oh yeah, there's
non peoples.
I'll bring her on stream. Maybe after this round, we'll try to get her on stream. It is she's the real owner of the card shop. To be honest, she
Oh,
makes all the decisions.
I'm sure.
So any proceeds goes to her pedigree, and hopefully she leaves us a couple treats at the end of the day.
Yeah, I've got a similar operation over here. I've got Cornelius, my corgi, CEO, decision maker, chief biscuit
Yeah, she
eater,
seen her
whole
on
thing.
your Twitter actually the other day when you were wishing a Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
So very cute dog.
he's been yeah, what a nice tax write off he's been. No, I'm just kidding. He is an anti tax write off.
So we are in a position here with another Doflamingo versus a Lucci. We have one Gecko on board this turn with double Lucci, and it looks like the graveyard for the Lucci is a little slim. Looks like we got about 9 cards in there, so we are able to Tempest Kick if we need to. And we're at 2 life versus a full board this time versus a Doflamingo with
Yeah.
3 life.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say that dice is signifying 4 to 5 cards in hand, so
I think it's
a
3.
little bit of a different position.
Yeah.
So interested to see how this one pans out as well.
Yeah, and what we have a 1 drop buggy. I mean, it's just kind of like the gambit you have to take, where it's like, all right, do you want to clear board, like be a little bit safer? Do you want to be aggressive and say, you know what, I can likely win this turn? But it looks like we're going to go 6 into the Moria, get rid of the Moria, and likely give the minus to, I don't know, Boa. I'm not sure. Yeah, probably Boa.
Oh, we're gonna -1. Yep, to the bow, and that's a pretty huge meal. With that Spandine going to grave, and a Lucci. So obviously we can just if we have a Gecko here, we can play over one of the Luccis to put it in graveyard to activate it for that Spandine. So just having that Spandine meal off the top of the Lucci is pretty good. It opens up a ton of lines. For the Lucci player, as we can, Tempest kick the card, Spandine into the Lucci, and opens up pretty much the crack of this entire board potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, even if it's just like using 4-drop Rebecca to replace Lucci to bring Lucci back, um, that is pretty good in its own way. But we end up, I think, blocking with the Boa too.
Yeah, and it looks like I think the blue Dofi player is pretty wise to counter out of or excuse me, block the swing from the 9 cost or the 8 cost Dofi there. Or excuse me, what is that card called? The Gecko Moria.
Yakamura, yeah.
Because it was minus at least 2 or 1 with the leader there. So just kind of getting proactive with it, making him have an additional minus to go into the other card. Um, which I imagine another Gecko is probably coming down here the way we're playing this.
Yeah, but at this point, I think Lucci's stabilized, and my biggest issue with Gecko Moria. Some people might say, bring out 2 bodies. Yeah, it's a strong effect. I'm not gonna ignore that. The fact that it's a 9K, that's always been the bane of my existence in this card. It could have been a 7 or 8K body, would have made a lot of sense. But 9K for that guy, I don't know. I think he's a little bit too buff.
Yeah, it's a card that's been in contention that I would imagine for a couple sets now that people thought would be banned, or at least limited or leader locked to some degree. But card is very strong. It's a very generic card, and I think honestly, without it, some or most black decks probably wouldn't be as prevalent. As we're gonna get an Ice Age potentially into a Jack here. Yep,
Yeah,
Ice Age into the Jack, gonna clear the entire board besides this Perona. The only thing I was going to say we had going for ourselves here for this Blue Dofi was the hand size, but looks like we're dwindling slowly here, and we are put in that same position that we've seen most Dofis against most Luccis, to where it is just a war of attrition, and obviously the Doflamingo does not have a Gecko Mori. Well, it does, but it's not the black one.
it's not. Yeah. We can draw a card. See, that's balance. And it's a 5K, right? That's the big thing. That's the worst thing
Yeah.
about that card. It's a 4-drop 5K. Like, terrible card, right?
So gonna see what the Doflamingo player is able to do. I don't imagine it's gonna be much. We have a Lucci, or excuse me, we have a Jack on board with coupled with the leader effect. We're gonna 7 cost here, so we're probably gonna 7 cost maybe the two Luccis, potentially the Lucci and a blocker. But that Jack there with that leader effect is going to touch pretty much any card he puts down outside of a Jozu. And then outside of what the 5 cards are in his hand, we potentially just have the world to potentially keep continuing to crack the board. So might be pretty much over for this Dofi player here as well.
Yeah, at this point, it's just such a tough spot. I think the thing with Dofi is like you generally like you get to these points where it's like, well, I can have 2 attacks this turn and they have 3 life, or like they have a blocker, right? It is just you just get into these situations where it's just impossible for you to win, and it gets tough.
Yeah, actually, I actually played the same exact matchup yesterday at locals here, and it was pretty much the same exact scenario. You know, the Dofi was able to get up to a decent start. Once I got to the late game, to the Gecko turns, and was able to establish with Jack, Gecko, Gecko, it just gets unbearable, and there's just not much you can really do, especially when
No.
I can potentially crack the entire board, and then I'm dealing 2 or 3 damage a turn with 8 and 9K swings. There's just nothing you can really do.
Yeah, it's just like the lack of rush in this deck, which is a good thing. I'm not gonna petition for to make Doflamingo better, but like once you're in these spots when you're like like when you feel safe enough to know that you can't lose next turn just based on board math, the matchup just becomes way more bearable. Nothing from there, and then we've got like what 19,
Yeah,
17. Regardless, yeah, two Ks ain't gonna
and we
be
flip
enough.
over 2 measly 2Ks.
So, well, that's it. I think all the Lucci games we saw were able to beat Dofli, which is pretty impactful. Again, is the probably most present deck here. Having a way to beat Dofi moderately consistently is going to be a good plan for anyone trying to play against the deck.
Yeah, really good medical. Into honestly, this format, I think if you're a decent Lucci player, you have some pretty good 50-50s if you're not slightly favored or slightly less favored. But I think honestly, being able to mitigate the board, and I mean, we've seen black decks
Yeah.
from Sakazuki all the way on up, being able to really take control of the games with the Gecko Moria and being able to just really have some overpowered cards, but also, it takes some time and some skill to get to that level. So kind of mitigates that Dofi, and I'm sure we're probably going to be seeing more of that exact matchup here coming up pretty soon.
Yep. So we've got like 5 minutes left in the round. We're going to take a bit of our break as we get into the next one, but we're going to go to round 3 again. This is 108 players. We should have 6 or 7 rounds. We'll let you know what that's going to look like in a moment, but we're going to take that break. We'll see what we see in round number 3, and we'll see you
See
guys
you
over
soon.
there. Yep. Be right back. All right, we are back. We've got for you guys round number 3. We've got Nathan on the Star Deck 13 Luffy. I would say probably the best deck from OP08 in my opinion. And then we've got Mark on the right playing one of the new contenders, but one of the kind of lackluster started Marshall D. Teach.
Yeah, tough matchup here for the BY. Arguably, well, not even arguably anymore. Definitely its worst matchup, as probably 99% of the deck is on play outside of potentially that 5 cost Luffy,
Yeah.
which is going to be something that the Blackbeard player is going to want to try to remove every turn and pretty much as quickly as he can. So, going to be an interesting match to see what the Blackbeard player does and what the black white or black yellow Luffy player is able to do.
Yeah, I think it's something you can definitely adapt to this matchup. It's really specific on what your line is. I think people have been adding Rygo to the deck, which has been really strong. But
Yep.
additionally, the big saving grace is that at least you get your 2 cost Luffy's, right? Your Luffy's and your Sabas, because those are activate mains. Yeah, you're not gonna really ever use a Gecko Moria effect until like the late game, but I don't know. I think it's a matchup that you can approach and still win, but it is wildly different from what you've seen before.
And it looks like the Luffy player is going to start off as aggressively as he can, playing the Flampe and going to activate. I believe they're going to 3 life, going to try to awaken as quick as possible. So that way, he can actually at least start putting cards on the board that are meaningful and potentially threatening to this Blackbeard as the Blackbeard plays the Lafitte on 2 and grabs the 10 cost Blackbeard over to the BY player.
Yeah, and I mean, that's eventually the best card in your deck, right? You need to be able to have time to be able to play it, but that is there. And it looks like we're just going to start doing some numbers. We're going to have Flampe attack into the Lafayette, get rid of it, and a 6K attack with Luffy going for it. This is pretty aggressive from Luffy. Most of the time, I see people just try to starve out the matchup, but we'll see if this ends up working out.
Yeah, it was actually really good to play that flam play kind of early. It's a body you don't necessarily care about. It kind of gets you to your late game, your game plan. And also, it's able to contest the babies of the Blackbeard, if you will, which are the Lafitte and the dot Q, which you want to try to mitigate as quick as possible. And that's going to be the Blackbeard's game plan to play out those babies or that searcher and the dot Q to effectively kind of stall the game out because it's just too much advantage that they generate. So it takes a turn or two to get rid of those cards, and then you can go back into life. So playing a Burgess here, which is probably arguably the best card in the deck, as it gets um, a plus 1K for each 4 cards in the graveyard, which and also can't be KO'd. So going to be tough for the Blackbeard or Black Yellow Luffy player to get rid of it unless we're playing Nightmare Luffy, which I've seen some Black Yellow Luffy players cut just to kind of run the more effective cards like the Rygos and those types of things.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for us to remove that card as BY. It's going to be on the board, I think, for the rest of the game. You will eventually be able to attack into it if they, start swinging. But the fact that this represents, a 6, 7, 8, it can get to 9K pretty quickly. And
Yep.
if you're, a 7K, 9K leader, that's pretty impactful.
Yeah, going to be an interesting matchup. Very interested to see how this matchup plays out myself. One of the decks I'm kind of in the air about to see if it can kind of go the distance at nationals. Obviously, has some decent matchups against a lot of the other decks, but when you run into something like this, Avani and Nami, those other two obviously are a lot more playable, but this one is very tough. As it's going to be interesting to see when the Blackbeard player starts using the leader effect. I'd
Mm-hmm.
imagine probably going into the 6, 7, and 8 Dawn turn,
Yeah.
as he just doesn't want the Black Yellow Luffy to be able to start gaining advantage from all of his on play effects.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's the most impactful about what this deck represents right now is that I think people kind of surface level think, oh, I gotta use my leader effect every turn, and it's more so, it losing a card for hand if your opponent wasn't going to use an on play already feels really bad, right? So having that intuition, knowing when you actually use your leader effect, when it's impactful for you to actually discard a card, I think that's something that people are going to have to figure out and approach for this upcoming meta. But it looks like we've got the full lead. There's the stage. We're going to be able to discard a card to look for a Marshall D Teach, or sorry, Blackbeard Pirates card, and we'll see what we get.
Grab the stronger there, and I personally, when I was testing Blackbeard, like the stronger. I know most people just say it's just a 2K. It's an additional -2. It doesn't necessarily net you anything as you're getting rid of the stronger and a card. So it's technically a -1, but that -2 does come up in some instances when you don't have the Laboon or the Von Augur. Ultimately, the stage, though, is really going to be one of the best cards in this situation because we're going to be able to pitch one every turn, look for the top three, and find what we're missing while also feeding into the Jesus, as I like to call him, or Jesus Cristo.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're actually going to turn it sideways, which is interesting, and swing just a raw 5. So kind of baiting it out there and interested to see what we play next. Maybe like a Von Augur or something, a setup card, potentially a Baby Searcher here to make our opponent choose what cards we're going to be swinging into.
Yeah, but I think that you could be punished for that pretty quickly, especially since we have the Kuzan out. We're gonna get the three brothers of Vand going look top 5 for a Luffy, Sabo, or Ace, and deciding real quick what we want for it.
And still have 4 Dawn available, so could be a variation of things. We could just play a Laboon raw. Anything outside of a Burgess here, which could be a second Burgess, which could be an inclination as to why we would swing this Burgess to really put the pressure on, to show him the second Burgess. And then that point, we'd obviously just have double 6, 7s, or 8s, like you said, especially with this stage, and then potentially start to use leader effect. And we already have him at a lethal position, so that could be something that we're looking at here, or potentially just maybe 2 searchers or a searcher and a dot Q. So a couple different things we could do here.
All right, and I think they're asking cards in hand. Luffy, I think, has 10 right now, which is quite
Yeah,
a
it looks like
lot.
that's what that dice is.
And we're gonna
So
use
paying 2
the
for the Lafitte.
yep, looking top 5 for a Blackbeard Pirates card. Looks like we're gonna get
Yep.
our second 10 drop.
So that's 2 out of the 4. Already used the stage here. Probably, I would imagine, going to use leader effect here potentially. Yep. Going to turn off cards like Sabo. At least the on play effect kind of turns off any of the searchers or anything like that. So kind of forcing his opponent to play very vanilla, pretty much as the game would kind of turn out.
Yeah, but I think it's well timed to start doing it now. Yeah, we could have done the weird thing where we discard a card, which meant they would have not have drawn a card off Kuzan, but like that's not like I think super major. And we'll have to see.
We're at how many Dawn is that? There's that 7
7.
for the Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
So 7 Dawn. Very interesting turn here. Definitely going to be a pivotal point. That leader effect, honestly, is really pivotal, like you said, because it's going to turn off all of the Flampeys, turn off all the Hioris, essentially almost taking away his activation, because the only thing he would be able to do here is maybe play 5 cost Luffy, activate main, take that life out of there, and then put 2 down under leader, but then be at base, and then we're dealing with Burgess and Blocker, so it doesn't feel that great here. Looks like the Kuzan's going to swing 6. I imagine that's going to be into that Burgess.
Yeah, when
We 2K'd out of that.
the Burgess is already a 6K now that we have 4 in the trash. So
Yep. Okay. And that would make sense for that 2K to come out of life or come out of hand, and then an additional 2K here. So going to stay healthy, or just going to protect the Burgess either way, and then play a 5 cost Sabo just as a protective units because we are low, and our opponent on this next turn is going to get a ton of advantage with this Lafitte still on board plus stage. So that's 2 cards. Essentially looking at 8 cards plus the draw. So that's 9 cards we're going to look at here. And the Burgess is going to potentially go up to a 7K swing by the end of this turn or the middle of this turn, which is pretty good as well.
yeah, the fact that we weren't able to pressure the blocker away is super impactful, and I definitely think Teach is starting to get a really good footing going on into this. Being able to play Burgess out, being able to protect it, Lafayette being able to get our cycle is really big. This looks like a really good setup for Teach.
Yeah, so interesting to see what we can do here. And another interesting point on the leader Teach, you can activate main as many times as you want. So there's multiple times where when I'm testing for my own Blackbeard matchups, I'll activate the leader, a multitude of times to put that Burgess at a contingent point to where it's almost uncounterable. So you have the stage, which puts 1 in there that gets you another card, and then obviously the amount of leader effects that you can activate. can put as many cards in the graveyard to help you grab Burgess up to a couple extra Dawn here.
Sure.
So looks like we're just thinking about what we want to search off of the Lafitte. Gonna add the dot Q here. Be a pretty good point to go into a dot Q Von Auger setup here to pretty much put the game on ice for any 4-cost characters that his opponent brings out. And then we're going into that 10 Dawn turn after that. So it'll be just a whole bunch of 10 drops, and we'll see what happens after that.
All right. Yeah, using the stage effect, going to get Doc Q out, adding a copy of this is my age, so being able to use that then for 1 to look at top 3. There's a third copy of 10 drop, yeah, which we were adding to our hand, putting 2 more in the trash. So we currently have a plus 2k to our Burgess. Again, this is looking like such a good setup for Teach.
Yeah, I'm playing that Burgess on 4 is a pivotal setup for a lot of the matchups for the Blackbeard player, either playing it early on 4, potentially playing it on 8 or 9, especially going into the Shanks. So that way you can just have that card that's going to be pretty tough to deal with, and it's going to be something that can kind of contest the board, also contest swings as it just is going to get out of hand at a certain point to where it's going to be 8, 9, 10, 11K almost. And it looks like we got a 7-2, I'd imagine, leader into the Kuzan here. So we want to just go ahead and mitigate the amount of board presence our opponent has because we're going to go into these 10 drop turns. And another 4 Dawn here with the Blackbeard player going to play the second Jesus, which I think is going to put this game pretty far out of reach, especially since we know we have the double 10 drop in hand. And we're going to leader effect here, putting the Burgess still at 7. But we're essentially just 2 cards away from making it an 8K. And we know we're going to activate leader next turn, potentially counter this turn coming up with counter, and then also have that stage. So, and also have the blocker there. So very quick to get to 8K.
And that's pretty concerning as this game goes on. Again, like now that there's 2 Burgesses too, like there is very like one was already trouble, right? 2 is just exponentially more.
Yeah, and there's nothing really outside of the Burgess that the Blackbeard player has done. He's maintained the advantage pretty well. I think he's mitigated when to use the leader effect at the correct time, so he's had hand advantage. He's able to keep the Lafitte on board to potentially just keep gaining advantage. The stage is going to keep digging deeper into the deck. We got to the 10 cost pretty early, and everything's pretty textbook here, so there's nothing out of the box, nothing out of the ordinary. But this is just the matchup for the BY player, and it's sometimes just a little tough to kind of do anything with it.
Yeah, I would agree. And we're at 9 Dawn right now. Even if we were at 10 Dawn, like we can't use our leader effect that easily. And looks like we're just going to use the effect. We're going to lose out on a 2-drop Sabo, go down to 0 life, and then we will be able to use our leader effect plus a 2-drop if we so desire. But being a 7K leader when there's 2 7K bodies on the other side and soon to be 8K bodies is not as strong as it would be against many other decks in this format.
Yeah, and gonna activate later here and potentially, I'd imagine, go into a second Sabo. We did see him search the Egghead Luffy, so we know he has that in hand. Going to be at a 7K, swinging 9K. So even if we do go 9K anywhere, we can take and still go into the 10 drop turn. He'll probably freeze that structure deck Luffy, and then from there we're just going to be dealing with this Sabo, which is probably going to have to block. So we're just going to be dealing with 1 swing per turn from the BY player, which in this instance we can't play geckos. It's pretty much just taking away from the entire game plan. So
Yeah.
it's getting pretty detrimental, and it's not getting any better at the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be upset about having like an Egghead Luffy. Use the effect, get rid of the Vasco shot, be able to do a 9K into leader, likely getting it. It's just the fact that we know that they have so many different there. Yeah, and we don't even have the additional block or like the additional card in our trash, so we have to discard 2 from hand essentially, and Looks like we're going to prioritize having the Sabo on top too. Or are we going to even start attacking with Sabo?
Um, it's gonna be okay. So we're gonna try to race a little bit here. We are not in a good position to kind of continue to play the long game. We're actually gonna take this potentially, and it looks like the Blackbeard player is dwindling on hand size here, which is good for the BY player. But at the same time, we're gonna run in the 10 drop, 10 drop, 10 drop, so that doesn't feel too good. So he's staying healthy. I was actually gonna ask you, do you think I'm not sure if he has the baby Luffy in hand, but potentially do we get rid of the Vasco or do we well yeah, probably the Vasco because we're gonna run into the 10 drop, so the searcher's not gonna be relevant as of right now.
Yeah, I think honestly my read is that we just don't have the 2-drop. Oh, and we have the finger pistol in life at the right time. That is likely just going to wrap it up. Unfortunately, that is real tough. We're a 7K leader, but we have no blockers up anymore. Sabo didn't get protection because we turned off on play effects, and the fact that we haven't been able to cycle with our Sabo to put more 5-drops in there or look for a 2-drop loop, all of that just makes this matchup so less consistent compared to what you're used to.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup nonetheless, and I think we didn't really see any tech cards. I'm not sure if we're playing the Nightmare Luffy, and even if so, if that would have helped us too much. We did have the Kuzan, so potentially if we could have Kuzaned into the Nightmare Luffy into the first Jesus, that might have been a little bit to mitigate the board. But just got pretty out of hand from that point to have the double Jesus on board and nothing else to really deal with it.
Yeah, at this point, looks like yeah, we're cycling with her stage, but we're not seeing anything of use. We're gonna use our leader effect to discard the card, prevent on plays once again, so they can't play like Gecko Mori. Like at this point, you want to discard every turn because you know Gecko Mori is just stuck in hand for our BY Luffy player. And that's kind of like another thing that people don't recognize at first is that Sabo is so good at fixing our hands that when we don't get to do that at all, we have so many just kind of greedy cards that are just stuck there.
Yeah, it's really tough. Looks like he's actually playing the 4-cost Shirahoshi. That's the blocker on play, give -4. So there was a couple different lines that open up with that card, but it doesn't look like we can do much, and it is an on play card. So honestly, just getting neutralized pretty much every turn.
Yep.
Does look like we're just going to turn both of these Burgesses sideways, and they are at 9K if I can see correctly.
Yep.
And we're going to give him 3 1K baby cards,
Yeah,
which
unfortunate.
just feels awful.
Yeah, I think we should have played the 2-drop Luffy into getting rid of Vasco or something. I think that would have been way better for us in this spot.
Yeah, you would have been at 7. You would have had to deal with 2 swings nonetheless. You would also been able to deal with the blocker, draw a card, and then also you do have the Sabo that is on the board. Potentially, if we didn't swing with it, we could block with it to put that in the graveyard, kind of staying healthy. And then obviously, we're not going to be able to Gecko here, but potentially just setting up, not having to give up those 3 babies there and potentially being able to activate and maybe go to 11 or just be a static 9 and have 2 cards on the board as opposed to the one swing with the potential Sabo. I imagine this Luffy's frozen here.
Yeah, the 5-drop, yeah, cannot
Yeah.
do anything. Yeah, that's
So
my assumption.
obviously, yeah, I would hope so. I would imagine. I mean, we could also freeze the Sabo, but I don't think you really need to at this point because the Burgesses are going to do that for you.
Yeah, and then we're at this kind of weird spot. One, we've Vasco Shot's been able to survive this far, which is a little silly. We do have the Rygo, which is impactful. Being able to get rid of that 10-drop teach is really nice. Unfortunately, we know there's like 1 or 2 more left in hand. And it just
Yeah.
really depends if we have a 2-drop Luffy right now. If we have a 2-drop Luffy in hand, we're in a good spot. If not, we're a bit of trouble. Oh, we do. All right. So we're going to use
So
that.
interesting spot here with the 7K. Going to be at 2 life. There was also a line to potentially run the. Well, never mind. You can't use the starter deck Luffy, so never mind. You do this exact line that you're
Yeah.
supposed to do.
Yeah. And, we're going into life. Wow. Okay.
So we're potentially just going to try to race here, potentially maybe signifying we have another Rygo in hand. Um, maybe.
I
Because we're
think
obviously
if they had two cards in hand, I think we could get rid of one of these Burgesses because think the knowledge is that one of them's a 10 drop, but
yeah, definitely.
we'll see. I would have liked
Yeah.
to see one of the Burgesses leave.
Yeah, it definitely would have made the game a little bit easier to play. It's going to get to a point to here to where if he 10 drops, we're going to deal with double Burgess swings, but he's going to leader effect potentially going into one or two cards in hand. So maybe he's just trying to put the game into some type of reach to where he can actually find a win condition, which obviously would be trying to just get as much damage in as he can. With only two cards in hand, it's definitely the time's dwindling down. So I think he's just trying to race the clock as quick as he can.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, but it's going to be tough. We've got I think 3 or 4 cards left for Teach. I think one. I think both. There's two. I think there's two 10 drops in hand because we searched them earlier. It's
Yeah, we
it's
played one.
yeah. There's two 10 drops. The card that we just added the event, and I think 1 or 2 mystery cards.
So with two cards in hand for the BY player, honestly, is from what the game looked like and the position he was in, fighting in a pretty decent position, hasn't been able to activate an on play ability outside of turn 1 and 2, or excuse me, turn 1 and 3 with the Flampe and then the Kuzan. So very tough position to be in, but he's been trying to fight back as much as he can and trying to find a win condition, slowing the Teach down a little bit and putting Teach in a pretty, I wouldn't say precarious situation, but a little bit of a tougher spot.
Yeah.
So we got what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially a 10K swing, maybe a 9K swing out of the Burgess here. We're gonna get a block. Interesting not to play the 10 cost over the block. Maybe just going to try to sweat his opponent's hand. But then we would need another blocker because then we're pretty much putting ourselves at guess for game with this big Luffy and the leader swing. So I imagine we play the 10 cost here unless we have another Vasco shot or something of that nature to provide us some protection. But a bit surprising we didn't play the 10 first to potentially even nullify the Luffy or the blocker and then just swing into everything.
Yeah, and we discard another card, so I think we've got 4 in there. Yeah, this Burgess is 1, 2, 3. I think it's 9K.
Yeah, potentially 10. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's either 9 or 10. But then using the effect to stun the Luffy, and I think
And
we're
then we
just
did
gonna.
leader effects, leaving us at 2 cards, maybe 3 for the Blackbeard. Looks like 2.
Yeah, and I think it's another 10 drop and something else.
Yeah, we used that event that we searched to activate leader effect here. So back to 3 cards on the BY side. Haven't been able to do much with this Luffy. Yeah,
Yeah, we're
we're
just
just gonna scoop
conceding.
it up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Looks like Gecko. I think that might be Egghead Luffy and the Kuzan there. So just nothing he could really do in that instance. An unfortunate matchup pairing that he got paired up into one of the worst matchups there. So interesting to see if this Blackbeard player gets into a Doflamingo matchup or any other matchup that's a little tougher than that BY matchup,
Mm-hmm.
and see if he has to get put in that same position to where he's not able to do as much as he likes.
Yeah, and it's some that it's a matchup I would need some more experience with. I think like Rygo helps a lot, and honestly the biggest L for the matchup is them actively and showing that they found 2 10 drops. Right? If they only play like 2 or 3, like or 1 or 2, I think you can kind of sneak in. But that followed by the Burgesses, I think at
Yeah.
that point Luffy didn't really have a shot. But I think there were some good decisions, and if the Teach player was like a little bit less lucky, a little bit less consistent, I think there could have been a spot where BY could have overcome it and gotten some control.
Yeah, definitely pretty good from the Blackbeard player. Once you see stage into Burgess, you're able to really start to mitigate everything that your opponent's able to do, and just the ability to search with the Lafitte, search with the stage. That's 8 cards per turn that you're seeing, plus the card you're drawing. So at that point, you're 3 or 4 turns away from seeing your entire deck. And that Lafitte was on the board the entire game,
Yeah,
along with the Vasco shot. So it was just out of reach from the resource portion of it as well.
yeah, for sure. And we've got, let's see, like 10 minutes left in round, eight and a
Yeah.
half. Let me see if there's any other games that we can comfortably jump into. Looks like
Okay.
table 15 just finished. We got table 10. That is Shanks versus Dofi. It looks like there's a little bit of gameplay left. Let me just see table 9 real quick, as well as 1 and 2. Table 9 is Dofi. Lucci, that game's about to end. Table 1 is Purple Luffy, which still has some gas. And then we also have Bonnie versus, which I think that game just ended. So let's go to table 10. Yeah, let's go to table 10 real quick. I'll update
Okay.
the thingies.
10. Okay. So we got.
Oh, they just finished too. All right, never mind.
Oh.
Never mind. I thought they had at least one more turn. Incorrect. With us like having, I don't like to end it that early, but
Yeah, it looks like everyone's kind of getting closer to that. We're getting later in time here, so it looks like everyone is kind of wrapping up their last few turns. I'm kind of jumping in here to some pretty straightforward matchups. Seeing a Bonnie versus Lucci there. Seeing a Shanks versus a Doflamingo. Yeah, it looks like everyone's pretty much wrapping up here. Try to see if we got any other tables.
yeah, I think
There is there is on table 23 a Doflamingo with 4 life versus a Shanks with 5 cards on the board and no life. So
uh sure. I think this one's just gonna end though too, right? Which I think it has ended. They're just talking it over.
yeah, it looks like everyone is pretty much wrapped up here. Table 29, I'm checking here to see if there's anything there. 29 is a Dofi mirror match. Looks like 1 life versus 2 life. So pretty much everyone's in a pretty end game position. So looking probably like we're just gonna go into next round. But while we got the time, we got these nice Eggman dice here. I like the Picasso blue, if you will, the
Yeah.
Van Gogh blue, if you will.
Yeah.
Looks like a starry night.
Also maybe like ocean blue, like
Yeah.
pirate ocean blue.
So these are we're giving out 2 of these to each in the top 8. And while we have some time here, I'll just kind of go over the prize pool so you guys
Sure.
kind of know what the case tournaments look like over here at the People's Card Shop. We have first place is 5 boxes. Going to first place, along with that, you get a Top Choice Gaming playmat. You get 2 of these last of the 2024 Eggman dice. I know he says he has some new ones coming out. We won't spoil that on stream. You have to definitely check him out on Twitter. He'll probably tweet those out.
2025 will be a big year for dice. Let me just say, I've got some
Hopefully it's
I've got
like
some
one of those
plans.
big Yu-Gi-Oh with the big Eggman stamped on the side or something like that.
No spoilers. We'll have to figure it out. But yeah, keep going. What else is surprising? I know the dice were like the top. That's what people are actually playing for. But what else are people playing for?
So outside of the dice you get here from Eggman, first place 5 booster boxes of OP09. You get a People's Card Shop hoodie, which I'm not rocking right now, but normally I would be. But you can see the logo and everything back there. You also get a Top Choice Gaming mat, which I will throw in the chat. We'll show that a little later here. You get a winner promo. Second place, you're going to get 3 booster boxes. Same exact thing. Instead of a hoodie, you get a T-shirt. It's hot here in Las Vegas, so hoodies don't always do it. You also get a Top Choice Gaming playmat at second place, again, to Eggman Dice. And a winner promo. Third and fourth place get a winner pack, a booster box, 2 Eggman Dice, and a People's Card Shop T-shirt. 5th through 8th place get a 12 booster packs each, 2 Eggman Dice, and a winner pack. And we're also going to raffle off 8 OP09 double packs. So, even if you could be top of the totem pole, bottom of the totem pole, but potentially getting something to go home with. And I think for $25, it's a pretty good entry point to take home, a minimum of $100, $200, some swag, some merch, and like the top prize everyone wants.
Yeah, the dice.
Yeah. I'm be honest. These might not make it to the prize pool, so we'll I'm gonna take these off the stream.
Yeah, I sent you guys 8, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, Eggman, you shorted us 2 dice. Can you send us 2 more? And then nudge.
Clark County doesn't have the best education system, so mathematics wasn't ever my strong suit. So we'll deal with that on a later date.
Yes. But I definitely wanted to support you all too. I know it's a small contribution, but I know people go crazy for them, and
oh yeah, definitely.
It's always hard to order the right amount of like a limited release item. So since I had some extra dice, I want to make sure that they went to good homes.
Yeah,
So
no, definitely. We appreciate the prize support. Honestly, we appreciate the stream. I think, the amount of people that are going to be able to see your content, I think is honestly already a huge amount. But, I think you going state to state almost, event to event, giving people a variety of gameplay, competitive, casual, local, international, even at this point, I think is really good. And we appreciate you for that. So make sure you guys check out Eggman on all his social platforms, YouTube, Twitch. Follow him on Twitter as well, so you guys can keep up to date with him as we are kind of wrapping up some rounds here and
yeah, and
just waiting for the rest of the
yeah,
players
so
to
we have
report.
and for people who are just jumping into, so there was 100 people today, 108. We have 6 or 7 rounds, so we'll see what that looks like. We should have what at the end of the round 2 is 52, at the end of round 1 52, 26. I think we should have like 13 people undefeated right now. We'll double check from there. And I'm getting the I'm finding out which leaders are undefeated. So far we have a Dofi, Sardic 13, Luffy, Shanks, a Teach, probably a lot of other Dofis too that I'm gonna find. Oh, we've got a Betty. Maybe
Wow.
next round we'll start with Betty, even though I don't like putting Betty on stream only because it like wins or loses in like 10 minutes, but I know a lot of people are standing the deck right now too. So, but honestly, a good variety of undefeated so far from my
Yeah,
quick
definitely.
searches.
I think some of the matches have been going. I mean, we've tuned into a Shanks versus Purple Luffy that lasted maybe 8 to 10 minutes. We've seen some Dofis and Shanks last, 8 to 10 minutes. So some games are fairly quick. So we might be able to catch 3 or 4 matchups with that Betty and a couple other Dofi or Shanks matches and whatnot. So excited to see what we have coming out. I'm personally excited to see what Vegas locals we have coming out of the bracket. Looks like there's a couple people still in the top tables for Vegas, so I'm happy about that. But
Mm-hmm.
like Eggman said, 108 players today. From last time we checked, from 4 different countries, 5 different countries. So really exciting to see people from all over the world play and have the ability to play for some of the biggest prizes out there.
Yeah, for sure. And I will also have the top. I'll likely do 8. We passed 64 players, so our top 16 people from this event too. So you guys can check out what that breakdown is. I also thank you to People's Card Shop. They let me help them with their form, and so I have all the data that I want in the way that I want it. So I'll be able to have like leader breakdowns and everything that I usually do. So I think that's really invaluable, and I appreciate them working with me.
Oh yeah, by help you mean pretty much gave us everything to copy and paste because
Yeah,
we
hey,
were all over the
that's
place.
helping. I so also I'll put a command for pairing so you guys can see that as well. It won't have the leaders with the players' names, but I will put that right here.
And if you guys are ever in Las Vegas, obviously we're one of the main shops out here, People's Card Shop, and obviously our co-host in California, Eggman's home currently out in Colton, California, Top Choice Gaming.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't be able to do without these guys, and I appreciate them giving me the platform to come over here and yap about absolutely nothing and have Eggman's ear chewed all off. So
So yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think a lot of people want to get ready for Card Fest next week, and this is a really
yeah.
good way to do that. So, and we're waiting on. I think we have 13 on feed. We're still waiting on table 2, which time for that will be in 5 seconds. So we're going to do some end of round procedures, but I'll have the amount of undefeated leaders going into it. I think we have like 10 different leaders undefeated based on my quick search, but we'll go do that. We'll be back and we'll see you guys in round number 4. All right, we are back. We've got for you guys table number 3. We have 13 different players undefeated, and we've got a good variety of decks too from that as well. We've got 3 Doflamingo, 2 Shanks, 2 Lucci, one of the purple Luffy, one of the 13 Luffys that we see here, a Teach, a Betty that we're also seeing, a Nami, and a Bonnie. So we have, I think, 8 different leaders, 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 different leaders left of the 13 players left undefeated.
Pretty good variety, and I think
Yeah.
that's what we're expecting going into this event, which is good. Signs of a healthy meta, which I think everyone loves, and I think a good thing going into nationals, which gives you the ability to play what you want, and you still got a chance to get hopefully deep in the tournament.
Yeah, 100%, 110%, and really looking forward to this matchup. I think Betty has been, based on my own comment section, the best deck that no one's talking about. I guess people are talking about that haven't hasn't been showing up. I guess it's very aggressive right now. We got some minor new support cards right now, and I do think we have some good matchups into some of the better meta decks as well. Doflamingo's probably our hardest matchup, which stinks because it's the most present leader around. But if we're able to dodge them or high roll against them, I think we're in a pretty good spot for the rest of the field.
Yeah, and this is an interesting matchup. I played this matchup a couple times myself. You're going to be kind of looking for the Egghead Luffy on the BY side, and really going to try to mitigate a lot of the bigger characters that come out, or the medium sized characters that come out, because you don't want to deal with the. And I don't know any of the cards' names. I just call it the bird.
Yeah.
The
I'll
one
help you out. Don't worry.
the bird that minuses 1,000, that thing is deadly. But once you get to the 9K portion of it, you're pretty safe. But there are some cards that prevent your opponents from using blockers at a certain point if they're at 7K. There's the Ivankov, which special summons a card. So there's a lot of different things in here to watch out for that you definitely want to make sure you have the knowledge for. So if you don't know it, hopefully you can get some knowledge. And there's the Ivankov, one of them there.
Yeah, that's the 5 drop. Pretty good at being able to put in another body. The kind of balance for this matchup in particular is pressuring down Black Yellow Luffy to 0 life in the correct way. Make it sure that really maximize the amount of damage you can do. And I really do like what Andy's doing. We're playing out our 2 drops early, knowing that the yellow and red Betty deck can't really interact with it that much, which just means we get better value kind of later.
There is that Kuma that, if I remember correctly, blows up a 2K character, or a 2K character. It's a trigger, can come straight off the life. So there is something that could interact a little bit there, something to look out for. I believe it kills a 2,000 power or lower. I think it's a 2 cost Kuma that triggers as well. So a triggerable card that can blow up a baby and also is targetable with the discard 1 plus 3,000 with the leader. So something to technically look out for. But we'll see if it comes into play. We can also play a 5 cost Sabo here, which kind of nullifies that. But it looks like we are just going to get aggressive.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we did have the Lindbergh show up on the other side. So this can just attack and get rid of the Luffy as is. But it looks like we might be trying to do like a little bit of extra math. We're going to use the effect there with the 2 drop. We're going to get out the Luffy, and then we're going to become a 7K leader. And then we're at 2 life, so we're going to be able to get rid of the Lindbergh as well.
So it looks like Andy's had some experience with this matchup. He's playing it pretty straightforward, very aggressive, no hesitation, not really thinking about too much. Has exactly what lines he wants to run into, and he's putting the Bella Betty player already. I believe that's at 2 life immediately. And obviously, the Bella Betty player wants to put some cards on the board, discard some cards, and start pumping some things up. But not really going to get the chance to, honestly, here if they have to start playing blockers or get to lethal too quickly.
Yep, and I like this play. I like also the fact that we decided to keep the Egghead Luffy just on the board. Just make it so like it can trade with 2 things later instead of just 1 thing immediately,
Yep.
and that can help you out a lot. So it
Yeah,
looks
and
like
also following
oh, go
following
for it.
along that game plan and just being aggressive as well.
Yeah, 100%.
So looks like we got the Bella Betty player here going to activate the leader effect pretty soon. Gonna get the Ivankovs down, giving everything plus 3K here. So we got 3 swings, 4 swings with the leader plus 1 extra Dawn here. I think the BY player is showing 6 cards in hand. Um, Probably going to counter out of the first 5, second 5, and then maybe take the last 2 here. And then I think he's going to. It's kind of tough to see what the Dawn situation is here, but I think the Luffy player would be going to 7 Dawn, so plenty of Dawn to awaken, put the Dawn under leader, go to another 7K leader, potentially go to 1 life with a blocker, 1 life with another Luffy. So a lot of ability here to get versatile with taking some of this life, countering some of that, having a lot of cards in hand as well.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird because like yeah, we have like this one attack with Limburg. We can use it to get rid of like the Garp, but you know, it's 8K there. Oh, we're going to use the Are we just going to straight up play the
Koala.
Koala? Interesting. So, we're going to use it to give the minus to the Luffy, and that just means that we're able to attack and get rid of the Rocket Luffy. So I like the trade for it. It's obviously pretty greedy, but because of that, yeah, we're out of resources in hand essentially.
Yeah, it looks like 2 cards in hand. I do like the tempo in terms of really trying to just trade the cards. Obviously, your opponent was showing a lot of aggression. So you had to kind of get a little desperate here to actually like maybe he's up 4 cards in hand for the ability, 4 to maybe 5 cards. So he has a couple cards there. Does put the Luffy at 1, which is a little dangerous of a spot. We can flampe here. We can do a couple of different things to activate. Looks like we're going to tap 1 to grab a Garp. Garp's going to search probably one of the bigs, I imagine, or baby if we're missing a piece. I imagine we have awakened this turn going into potentially 9K, maybe 7K, staying at 1 life. Um, I've only played this matchup a handful of times, but it is one of those matchups that's kind of in that wheelhouse of the Yamatos,
Mm-hmm.
the 4 life leaders that put you in weird positions if you don't really. I played a limb yesterday. I
Mm.
had almost no clue what it did. He tapped 9 on. I thought it was a Zoro coming on. And it was an Adios, and that is a drink out here in Las Vegas. So that's the only Adios that I was able to recognize.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting decks that exist right now and plays, and I really do like this from Betty being able to get that removal. Like as mentioned, like this Limburg's been troublesome for us. It's like the only removal that Betty really has in its wheelhouse, and it being able to pressure the first 2-drop Luffy and then remove the 5-cost Luffy has been very strong. But we got another Hiyori there. We're going to use the effect to take a card from our life, put it back. Hopefully this time we have another 2-drop Luffy. We're going to put 2 Dawn there. Oh, it's Sabo, so we don't get the Rocket Luffy that we know that's in hand. But we will be able to be a 7K leader, 9K for the turn with the 2 Dawn, discarding 2 5-cost Luffys off Sabo. Likely going to use Sabo's effect, or sorry, leader's effect to put 2 cards back into our life, and then try to get rid of that Limburg.
Yeah, so pretty textbook gameplay. It looks like here from both players. Honestly, it looks like the black yellow Luffy player put the Sabo, or excuse me, the Bello Betty player in a little bit of a tough position. So we're just going to kind of continue the string of aggression from the BY player. Looks like he's going to put both Luffys in the life here. I think he put the um, structure deck Luffy on top because he doesn't mind necessarily taking a life here and potentially putting that to the bottom. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 cards in hand, so we can take a life, block a life here, and then if we get to the realm of starting to chain geckos, which is 2 turns away, game will probably get out of reach, and also the Bella Betty player here is kind of getting low on resources, as you said earlier, so he's going to have to start pitching some cards to pumping things up, maybe putting some more cards on the board, turning all his cards sideways to which the BY doesn't really have any contention on the board for those characters. So it's kind of interesting to see whose late game here is going to be better.
Yeah, 100%. And looking like we're going to play 8 for. Oh, we are playing the Big Papa Dragon, which is a good card in a position like this. So we are a 7K leader. Right now we're a 9K body. We can use leader effect as well. Oh, we're
Mm-hmm.
going to get so much pressure this turn.
Yeah, this is a lot. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swings, and then we're going to special summon.
Karasu as well. Okay, this is nasty. This is a
And that's
nasty
the minus.
turn.
That's the bird.
That's the bird.
Okay, so we got -1K to leader. Nice ult art as well.
Yeah,
We're gonna
very
swing with
nice.
the koala.
So this is
If I
6 into
believe
6. Yep.
6 and 6. Okay, correct. So the only beneficial thing here from this BY player, and I'd have to double check the graveyard just to see what's in there. We might have an additional egghead, but these are all cards that we don't necessarily mind getting rid of. Maybe that egghead is probably one that we'd rather keep. You'd love to have that structure like Luffy on the board to start potentially dealing with some of these threats, but unfortunately, we haven't really been able to establish any bodies outside of Egghead Luffy's and potentially Sabos to block. So we're just going to be dealing with all this raw pressure, no crackbacks on the board, and everything is just going to be face. And we are going to have to, we're going to get a look at graveyard here. So we do have cards in the graveyard that we can add back to our life here, but I know our hand is dwindling and we're going to have double babies here. And even then, we're still going to be dealing with another six swings and the on play or the when attacking effect of the bird. I can't say
It's
Karasu.
Karasu. Yeah, you're good. I only know his name because I fear him.
Well, that makes sense.
he
We have a couple locals out here who rave about Bello Betty, and every time they enter the chat, that's when I exit because I have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, 100%. And
So on the BY's turn, attaching two down immediately under the leader. Looks like four cards in hand. It's very thin, and it doesn't look like there's going to be many options. And we're still only at 9 Dons, so we can't chain geckos. And even if we did, the amount of pressure on the other side of the board is just overwhelming. It's almost reminiscent of a Dofi or a black yellow, or excuse me, of a purple Luffy.
yeah, 100%. I think it's gonna be tough for BY, and this is just kind of the issue too. Like you can apply so much pressure before they get to 10 Dawn. The fact that I think BY went first, which is also kind of tough for you too. You'd rather get to 10 Dawn faster. Um, this has just been a really good turn and play for BY or for the sorry the RY Betty.
So the egghead into the bird. Gonna
Yep.
draw a card there. We played that egghead raw, no babies. So it looks like we're gonna set up for a 7K leader with one life, potentially blowing up. Oh, no.
Oh, we don't have a 2 drop either. Because if we did, we'd be able to have like a 9K attack to go in with.
What are
Oh,
we
we
going to
get
do with
out of
this
it
two
though.
dog? I'm interested to see what this. Maybe we attach two to the garp and we're swinging into a koala potentially?
Maybe it makes sense. Like it's impactful, but I think you just lose based on numbers if you do that. Yeah,
Yep, one down under the garp swinging. I imagine we probably get a counter here potentially.
yeah,
And then another three into the koala. Wouldn't be surprised if he just counters again.
sure, yeah. Karasu there, and yeah, discarding Moria, but no cards in hand. Yeah, you've lost on board. You just need 3 5K attacks to win the game at this point. Or actually, no, there's more cards in hand. Sorry, there's 3 cards in hand, but still, it's pretty understood in my mind, especially with a leader discard to plus 3 across.
Yeah, it's getting to a pretty bad point. Our leaders at base. We got no babies in hand. We pretty much told him that otherwise we would have played it. We're gonna play another dragon, as you called him, Big Papa Dragon here. Gonna
Yeah,
be able to take two Dawn and put him wherever he likes. It was Christmas, so a couple gifts going off, and last card in our hand gonna be the discard to give a plus 3K to a card that definitely doesn't
that
need
does
it
not
on
need
that
it.
other
No,
dragon.
yeah, yeah. 2K1. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, and yeah, that will be the game. Johan
Yeah,
winning
that
with
was a tough one.
the Betty.
Very tough one for that BY player there. It just
Mm-hmm.
doesn't seem like he was able to. We've seen some games, honestly, this tournament where some decks just haven't been able to get established, and when they can't, contest the board or really get into the game plan, it unravels fairly quick for them, especially with the other matchup in this format. It's all aggression for the most
Mm-hmm.
part. So the moment you take a turn or two off, it almost feels like you're losing the game instantaneously.
Yeah, and I think Andy played it well. The only mistake was that he was like a little bit greedy with the Rocket Luffy. Um, and I probably would have taken the same bet that it was unlikely for them to be able to remove it that turn, but the fact that they were able to just means that they got so much pressure, and it was tough for us to come back from that value loss. So, but
Yeah.
that's it for this one. We'll go back. I have We were talking about dogs earlier. I've got a special guest right now. He was just asking for attention. Here he
Oh wow,
is. Look at this cute little corgi boy. Oh yeah,
let me go bother. Let me go grab the boss of the house real quick. I'll go.
yeah. No worries. Oh yeah. You love being squirmy when I have headphones on too, which are just so much harder for me to deal with. Look at this guy. You see any corgi emotes in the chat? Let's see. Oh my goodness. Who we got over there?
Alrighty, we got the dogs on the stream.
Yeah.
So
Very very cute.
this dog likes to play Sakazuki, but unfortunately it's banned. So now
Oh
she's
sure.
retired.
Oh I see.
Um, this is Zella. She runs the dog. She runs the shop here. If you ever come to the shop, you'll probably see her just roaming around, eating up all the stuff that you drop on the ground.
Oh yeah.
And
He is the vacuum here. He just loves any edible, non-edible does not matter. He's
anything, huh?
tasty treat for sure.
Yeah, this Zella actually came from a shelter too, so she is a rescue.
Oh, that's very cute. Very
Look at
happy
that!
to see that.
Look at Zella. You see?
Mm-hmm.
We'll let you go run around and go lick on people's fingers for hot Cheeto dust and all the other things you like to.
Yeah,
So interesting stuff
consume.
so far. Um, we got about 17 minutes in the round. A whole bunch of things going on here. Eggman, do you have any? Do you have any? I know your stream schedule is always on your Twitter, and all over your pages and events like that. Do you have any other major streams coming up or anything like that?
No, not really currently. It's kind of taking a break until 2025, and some additional uh, life stuff made that really easy to commit less time. So,
Yeah.
but I do plan to hit the ground running in like the first or second week of January. It's just we're not there yet, and I've been
Yeah. Gotcha. Gotcha.
taking a little
Yeah, I
bit of
think
a
we're
break.
in the same ballpark. We're actually trying to take a page out of your book. I know you do some of the UA streams.
Oh
You do
sure.
that with Jake as well. Also, a
Mm-hmm.
Vegas local. Shout out to Atrocious Jake. Can definitely check him and Eggman out on YouTube. We are trying to get into the UA space for the online events.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we can get that situated. But one thing, if you guys didn't know, we do Monday box tournaments. Those are $7 every Monday, starting whatever the first Monday is of the year. I have no clue.
Yeah. So are you guys doing it this Monday then, or starting next Monday?
Let's see, what Monday is this?
I think it's like the 30th, 29th.
Not this 30th, so there's no more Mondays this end of this year. So the first Monday we'd be doing it would be the 6th. So January 6th. I don't know if we.
Also here, I'm gonna move to the table one that's still playing as well. It's gonna be Shanks versus Bonnie, which was also the end of the booster box treasure cup that happened as well this past weekend. All right, and we've got Jordan on the left, and I'm not sure immediately who's on the right. James, Jordan, and James. And this is looking like a pretty solid spot for our Shanks player. We have the board. They do have 10 drop Dofi, which does pressure some damage and prevent them from getting like the full advantage. But it's kind of to the point where if Bonnie's able to drop Dofi every turn, we're good. But if not, we're in a bad spot. I think the only card we're missing for Shanks is the actual 10 cost Shanks. That would help you just win the game. I think almost on the spot here. Also, I believe you're muted on OBS.
I was. Did I? How long have I been muted?
No, it's okay. No worries. No worries.
Okay.
We
Yeah, I was gonna say the looks like we're running the control version of the Shanks build here with the 7 cost beard. It's a ton of pressure. Even if we are able to drop a second 10 drop here, we can 10 drop the Ben Beckman, the Dragon, and potentially um, the Whitebeard, and then swing into the Yasop, and then that would put us in a pretty good spot. We're also at 2 life, so even if we, see another dragon, we're not in the best spot. And then with our opponent at 4 life is not the healthiest for us. So not in the best spot here as the Bonnie, and there's not many cards that get us back in the matchup.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, if there's like less life for Shanks right here too, but the what I think about this matchup too is that the fact that if you have to spend any deck that just has to put 10 Dawn into something, you get out of the leader attack for free. That's kind of like your little benefit for it, which is strong here. So you could play another 10 drop, but then like the only thing you're really doing is sending one 10k attack into leader, and we still have 4 life for Shanks.
Yeah, very healthy. And like I said, this board presence is pretty tough to deal with. And I'm assuming these dice kind of signify hand sizes. So I'm assuming the Shanks player maybe has 6 cards in hand. And really trying to figure out exactly what the best course of action here for the Green Bonnie player. Normally, we try to stabilize with a 10 drop Dofi, a 8 cost kid with a blocker, but doesn't look too hot at the current moment. And obviously, we can't really do much with our leader unless we're going to attach some Dawn under it. So we're just at a 1 swing turn for pretty much the rest of these couple turns. We're going to zero cost events into, I imagine that's probably into the dragon or the
New,
beard here.
probably the Newgate, I believe,
Yeah,
because it was
because that probably is going to get rid of the blockers or anything that we try to set up.
yeah, it could have been no, it couldn't have been into the Yasop because we'd need another card.
Oh yeah, plus leader effect as well. So a couple different options here.
Yeah. Now we've got
So
a good amount of cards in hand for Jordan, so we're not out, but I think it's definitely in Shanks's corner right now. Oh, and talking about Shanks, we got the big 9 drop. Love this card, so good. Using it to get
yeah,
rid of the Newgate.
able to KO any rested card. And I'm gonna leave one Dawn active for the Bonnie leader effect. So essentially mitigating 2 cards out of hand for the opponent. Also getting rid of a swing and then also leaving one up for this Bonnie effect. So instead of taking 4 swings here, we're gonna be taking 3 and 7 cards, I believe, in hand for the Bonnie player. So good amount of counter. But still a ton of pressure to deal with. And even on our crackback here, our opponent is still extremely healthy. So we got a ton of turns to gruel back into the game if we want to try to see if we can do anything.
Yeah, and are we starting with the 10 cost Shanks? Oh, we're starting with it. All right, a little bit dangerous when they. I think there could have been a time where we attack with dragon first, and then because we're missing out on the dragon attack here.
Yeah.
But that's still super strong. We'll not deny it.
So essentially, just if you were to swing with the dragon, you lose the 7 cost swing, obviously. But since we're gonna play that Shanks, we're going, and he's gonna swing with the dragon here, giving him the option to.
Rest the
Oh wait, what?
Shanks. Oh, sorry. I am wrong. I saw the. I didn't see the. This is the other Shanks. My bad. That
Okay,
makes
cool.
way more sense.
I was like, what is going on here? I'm like, I'm so confused.
Sorry, it's the all art for the OP06 one. That was my bad. That was my
Yeah,
bad
and talk
for
about webcams. It's a little pushed up, so we can't we can see about half of Uta. And the card sideways, we can see it all together. But if it's Yasop's missing his head,
yeah. So yeah, this is the OP06 10 drop Shanks who's able to get rid of the Doflamingo, um, and get that advantage here. And we're still pressuring a lot of damage. We got all these 5s and 6Ks.
yeah, and that Shanks is being ran at looks like a one of at max. I've seen a two of, but is searchable with the Uta, which it seems to add a lot more consistency to the deck, and a lot of players have been picking up on that Uta.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. And again, just a ton of pressure. He's able to remove bodies, put his opponent at 0, and this more than likely should spell a good game here for the Bonnie player. I don't think there's anything that really gets him back into the, unless he has a 10 cost Kaido in hand.
Yeah, I think what I think like Eustace Kid's like the only thing I can think of that would give you a bit of a foothold, but at the same point, like that card's moderately easy to remove based on this board. We get a lot of extra value from that, and if we have like another 10 cost Shanks, it just goes away.
Yeah, just not not too advantageous, honestly. Here, let's go adjust my settings here. Yeah, so honestly, even if we do drop the 8 cost, we can 8 cost leader for 8 cost effect into a baby blocker. But with
Mm-hmm.
just so much pressure on the board, I mean, there's just not much you can do. We're gonna turn the shank sideways and swing 9. I imagine it's to a character.
It's
I don't
11.
think it.
He wishes it was 9.
Oh my goodness,
But it could
9
be,
cost.
yeah, 9 cost.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it was the dragon. Then we use leader effect and double 1K to get out of it. So knowing that last card in hand, one card in hand knowledge is nice. If we decide to swing another 11 into it, we guarantee get rid of it. But this is going to be pretty tough for Jordan to again stabilize and really pressure
yeah. This
anything
is
here.
the point to where you're thinking of how quick you can scoop up, or if there's anything that you can potentially do. But at this point, 3 life with the entire board full of. I mean, the cheapest is a Uta blocker. Oh, there's the 8 cost that we were talking about. I'm not sure how relevant it's going to be in terms of keeping him alive. I imagine like a Rosanate blocker potentially coming out here. To try to protect yep,
Okay.
the card, but also the we don't have the other 10 cost, so there's no static -1K on anything.
Mm-hmm.
We do lose one character, but we do have this 10 cost Shanks on the board that is swingable as well. So, and I think let's see if we can get a count on the Bonnie's hand here. Maybe a few cards, maybe 5 to 6 potentially, maybe something of that nature, which can get ate up pretty quick with the amount of swings here.
Yeah, I mean, if we have like a Beckman, a Beckman, if we have I think it's Lime Juice is the name of it. There's a lot that we can interact with this spot here. Um, the fact that there's also Yasop that can make the opposing uses kit a 7K with just the usage of one Dawn. All of that can be very good for us. But looks like we're gonna start off with a silver. Silver's just I think ends the game. That's
Oh,
so
yep,
good.
that
That is
that makes it even worse.
so good.
Blow up the blocker, -3K to the kid goes to a 5K. You can swing leader into it if you really wanted to. You can just turn your shank sideways. That probably gets the card off. You
Yeah, I think
maybe
yeah
rest any card.
we just turn it sideways. Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure the math makes sense here, which I don't think it honestly matters at this point. I don't think he's countering out anything that's above a 10, 11.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be it. That Silvers is very well timed.
So we're gonna use the bonding leader, tap down the next highest attacker, which is the dragon, and
Yeah, this
pretty
is
much just figure out how many cards we're going to give him to prolong this game.
yeah, I think it's 13 into 5. Yeah, there goes the kid. Yeah, and just start nickel and diming. This is a 5 to 5. This will be a 7 to
Looks like
5.
you got a 7 and a 7 coming at you. So potentially could live this turn, but probably going to give up the entirety of the hand or a good chunk of the hand and not have any plays for the next turn.
Yeah, and this will be one more 7. 2K 2K. But there's just no like what's their best card for Bonnie now, right? Like 10 drop doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Like we stun through. Yeah, we're giving it up. Yeah, understood.
Yeah. Not much you can do in that instance. So a lot of these games we've been seeing have just been, I don't want to say one-sided, but it seems like one deck is just maybe it's matchup specific or a case of just not seeing it. But we've seen some pretty one-sided matchups. We've seen some gruelers with like the Bello Betty versus the BY, but a lot of the matchups today have been, pretty kind of dominant on certain specific matchups.
Yeah, I think this one has a lot of back and forth, and there's definitely a chance for Bonnie to take it. But I from my own experience, I think it's leaning a little bit more to the Shanks side for it, which again was reflected by the first place finish for Shanks at the Treasure Cup this past weekend. But
Yeah.
that's going to be it for this round. We've got 6 or 7 undefeateds left. We're going into round number 5. We'll let you know what leaders are there. We'll try to find a good one for the next one. We've got at least one Shanks player, at least one copy of Betty as well, and we'll find out the other one. So we're going to take that break. We'll be back, and we'll see you guys in round number 5. All right. We are back for round number 5. Sorry for the mid delay there, but we are ready for it. Time has started as well. We've got just under 34 minutes left. And what do we have in our match here?
So looks like we got the match we've seen. I think this is the third one of these we kind of jumped into. I don't think we've seen in. I think we maybe seen one from the beginning, but just a Lucci versus the Doflamingo here.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the matchups we kind of touched on a little earlier, to where obviously it's a a tough match for the Doflamingo, just going against the Lucci. Has a pretty good early game, but once the Lucci is able to establish the geckos and really starts looping the Rebecca's into Spandeems into the Luccis, it gets pretty out of hand here. And apologies for the wait. As Eggman was saying, we are trying to get some spin wheels going so we can get some raffles going. So hopefully we can get those going after this round to give to some of the players who participated in the case tournament today. Like you said, 108 players, so a lot of players
And
in the tournament.
if you are, it's just players who are in the tournament are entered, right? Correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just making sure. I know that the follow up questions chat is like, how do we enter? But yeah, it's a, um, it's you get a lot from being in these tournaments, and so I know that. And also, it looks like I think I know both these players. Already got some Eggman dice there, but you can always earn a little bit more. We've got Brandon on the left again with the Doflamingo, and then Adrian on the right with the Lucci.
Now we've seen mentality play in a couple of the people's events already, so appreciate him for joining. And seems like he's a pretty frequent online player, and pretty much anyone's event who has him. So seems like he's a frequent player, and he's getting some mileage before nationals if he's potentially going.
Yeah. And do people have to do anything extra to enter the raffle? Who are already in the
Nope. So it looks like he actually just raffled them off. We got the names in the Discord. So if you are in the event and you are in the people's Discord, you should see your name if you are chosen. Looks like we got a couple of Vegas locals and a whole bunch of people that I don't know. And I'm gonna be honest, I think one of these guys lives in a foreign land, so we're gonna have to figure out shipping there.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out shipping there, so we'll figure that out. But that's nor here nor there. But appreciate everyone for jumping in and playing. Hopefully, maybe next time if we can put something together with Eggman again for one of these events, we can start including the viewers as well, so you guys can get something for tuning into Eggman and just watching the content, because we appreciate you guys for stopping by and watching. So we'll try to figure that out maybe for next time, if there's a next time.
Yeah, as long as you guys ship it, right? I'm as long as you're the ones who I get a lot more excited for those kind of things. But we're gonna start off Lucci going first, which nothing on turn one, not too surprising outside of Spandine, not a lot. But we've got Perona on the Doflamingo side, looking top 5, and taking a good think to see what's our best play from there.
Yeah, it's gonna be an uphill matchup for this Dofi player here in round 5. We are, I believe, it was 6 undefeated left.
Yep.
So we got what is that? This round, next round, and then so 2 rounds after this. So going to be like I said, an uphill battle. Both of these players are undefeated for a reason. Probably playing 2 of the one, obviously the Dofi, the best deck in the format, arguably to everyone, and then the Lucci is going to be the pretty much direct counter of that. So no surprise as to why both of these players are here. We're just gonna get a 5-face leader effect -1 to the Perona. Play the Brook, which is a pretty textbook opening, and then back over to the Dofi. Looks like Dofi's just going to go 8-face and then flip over into the Jinbei, and Jinbei into a Law, and then bounce the Jinbei back to continue just running the infinite loop, as people say. And he's actually going to bounce this Brook, which I think is a good choice because you just don't want the additional -1. And it's also something that you can't just Ice Age, swing 5, swing something else, and then potentially play another Brook. So pretty good to get rid of that and keep the tempo going for the Doflamingo player.
Yeah, as much as like the Jinbei is would have been easy to attack into, I think we actually there could be an argument to put the law back itself too. just to be able to enable it again next turn. But our very unfortunate top two mill, a Kaido and a Moria. But we're going to be playing the Kaku. And
Hmm.
with the two other cards we have in trash, we are able to get rid of that loss. So pretty good start from Adrian so far.
Yeah, definitely. And so it's also interesting to see some of the tech choices in each player's decks. I know that the Kaku is extremely good into this matchup, kind of similar to the Jack in a sense, where it's going to pop a 3 cost. Obviously, have to spend the 2 CPs back. But going into things like the mirror match, not as great. But we'll see how that comes into play in this matchup. But into the Doflamingo player here, we're just going to raw play the Jinbei into the Boa. The bow is going to give a rested Dawn to the leader, and we're going to stack this life, or excuse me, stack the top of this deck, attach 1 active Dawn, and swing 7 um, into the Lucci, and then potentially spin out another body. So doing what is it's best at, and really going to spin out the most cards that we can, and try to survive for as long as we can. As you said, we milled some of the Geckos and the Kaidos, so that's going to hurt the late game there for the Lucci a little bit.
Yeah, and the double boa on board is pretty rough. Again with the Jinbei that we knew was in hand, and we're passing back. And then real quick, just because we've started the round, I do want to remind people. So we had 108 people in this tournament. We have 6 left undefeated. We have this table of Lucci versus Doflamingo. We've got table 2, which is Shank's mirror match. We've got table 1, which is Betty versus Teach, which I think is Betty leaning most of the time. So that's going to be pretty tough for Teach to stabilize against that matchup. And then after all of that, we will have 3 undefeated. So it'll be a 50-50 if we have 6 or 7 rounds today.
I'm so excited to see what that looks like in the next couple matches. I don't think there's. Let me check here. Something that I'm always privy to. I don't think there's any Vegas locals that are undefeated, which is, of course, I'm biased, but we got a couple X1s in there. So shout out to Vegas for representing, coming in X1. Um,
My
but
only bias in situations like that is like I would much rather hand deliver 5 boxes than ship them. But
oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
that's literally my only bias is any mail related bias.
Yeah, but as long as someone wins it, that's what we're here for. That's the reason why we put these tournaments out. But over into this game here, looks like we've seen a 6 into potentially, I would say, this Boa. We're gonna play the Khalifa, pitching 2, gonna be that second Kaido, which isn't the best in this matchup. It's very costly when you much rather play the Geckos and try to pop 2 or 3 characters. We're going to really want to try to blow up 1 or 2 of these cards this turn to kind of keep this game in reach with the Dofi and the player almost missing that Khalifa
Yeah.
-2.
Yeah, so likely giving it to one of the other boas. So now it's -3. We know that there's 3 Dawn open. We bounced the Brook back, and we took out one of the boas. So there we go.
So far, just equal trades off on each side of the board. The Dofi's doing pretty well, trying to put as many cards on the board while maintaining his resources at the same time. And it looks like the Lucci's is struggling just a tad bit here to blow some of these cards up. So potentially could be missing some pieces or just trying to get into the later game to where he can blow up more than one character at a time.
Yeah, because we haven't been able. I mean, we've seen 4-drop Lucci just hit the trash, but not being able to establish one on board and get a really good 2-for-1 is it's what I think carries the stack and matchup a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Lucci is going to be a huge one. The Tempest Kicks are going to be a big one, which we're at 6 cards engraved, so potentially 7 cards engraved, so we can essentially have the Tempest Kick active next turn if we leader effect first. But we're going to get 2 6K swings into leader. Um, I'd imagine we got 1 counted out the first one. The second one here, we're contemplating what we want to do. It looks like this Dofi's game plan is to do what Dofi does and turn them sideways and try to put him in a position to where Femur is a card, to where the counter starts running out of hand. And we're actually going to give him 2 cards, which to me tells me we definitely have a Gecko that we're looking to play to because we gave him literally 2 pieces of the Gecko combo. We're just missing the Lucci now.
All right, and we were able to use Jinbei once again to play out Moria, deciding what we want to add. Looks like we're gonna add a 2K buggy back to hand.
So we got what is that? 7 and leader effect. So again, doing a really good job spinning this board out, really stacking the top of the decks, looping these Jinbeis, using the Boa's effect to get some Dawn efficiency, cheating on some Dawn out there. So the Doflamingo's player playing pretty optimal in an unfavorable matchup. We're gonna look for this Lucci this turn to potentially get rid of 3 cards on the board, potentially even 4 cards on the board. He does have that Brook, and he has some cards in graveyard to do it. So we'll see exactly what he's able to do. Potentially looking out for a Gecko, and then maybe a Tempest Kick or something of that nature. Ice Age is also a card as well. So we'll see how that turns out here.
All right, and we are. This is always like kind of the tough part too. Is that like sometimes you need some of your when attacking effects, and then and like the only way you can attack is into the leader, and sometimes they want to give it to you. But looks like it's 7 into. I'm guessing Jinbei our leader because we 2K 1K'd out of it. But if it's in
So
Jinbei, honestly, wherever that was too, I probably would have taken it. So I'm surprised we 2K 1K'd.
let's see here. So we got the 7 off. We're still contemplating. We use the leader minus. There's some dice. That's helpful. Sort of, kinda.
Okay, we use a Jozu to get out of it.
Okay. Contemplating what we're gonna do here with this one Dawn. We're actually gonna use it to swing potentially 5, maybe 6 here into one of these 5 cost characters potentially. Oh, there's a Tempest Kick. Um, so it looks like we have some minus on one of the boas, and I can't tell what else we have a minus on. Um, so we'll just have to kind of see here. Second Tempest Kick coming down. Tempest Kick on a minus. Okay, so we got some minus on the boa, it looks like, and the gecko. Both.
Yeah, and then looks like we're playing with the Rebecca. We have Spandine in there. Yeah, we do. We're gonna use Spandine's effect. All right, looks like we're adding a 2K, so we might even have Spandine in hand. Play off for free. Yeah, we sure do. Okay, using the Spandine effect to be able to eventually play out a Rob Lucci, which will get the double clear from there.
Yep. So we're eventually getting into this combo that we've been looking for. We're gonna be able to blow up 2 cards here, which I imagine are gonna be that gecko and that boa. Or is it the Weevil and the boa here? Weevil and the boa. Or excuse me, Weevil and gecko. Excuse me. So a 6K character and getting rid of that gecko, so that way we can't gecko into the gecko. So obviously limiting some of the graveyard options, and then having 2 Dawn here. Um, and it looks like that boa has a dice on it. I want to say that's 3 on there, and then we're gonna minus it to 2 or by 2, and then swing 5 into the. I would imagine the Jinbei, and then blow up the boa.
Yeah, and then 2K out.
And
Yeah,
2K out of there. So he did really well to mitigate. Was that 3 targets there?
yeah. But how do we? How much life do we have left for Adrian? I'm
So
not
far good. So far so good for the Lucci.
because I think we have 2 life.
Getting
It's
into
a
the
little
late
bit
game.
tricky with the cam setup, unfortunately. But I think there's 2 life.
I'm interested to see how many cards in the hand of the Dofi player. See how much resources he has to kind of keep combating this board and getting back into the game. And I think it's dark, so we can't see the life of the Lucci player. But um,
Yeah, I think it's 2. I think there's a dice there that has the 2
okay,
value.
yeah, potentially 2. So over to this Dofi player, kind of in the mid game here before we get to the later portions of the rounds. Trying to contemplate what he wants to do here. Still healthy with 4 life, but does have a board to kind of contest, and we haven't seen any geckos or any big bodies coming down. It looks like the Lucci has about, I want to say, 3-ish cards in hand. somewhere around that ballpark. So still enough resources to kind of blow stuff up and start putting himself in a good position to end this game here.
Yeah, it looks like we're what just 6K, and we do get rid of the brook there. Yeah, but we were able to remove 3 bodies that last turn, right? That is just the power of Rob Lucci. The fact that we had Brook already set up, the fact that we had Rob Lucci 4 drop come into play. There's just so much reduction and so much removal, especially because they're only 4 cost bodies. That this is like why Doflamingo just struggles into this matchup sometimes.
Yeah, deck is extremely powerful. Definitely a deck that's going to be pretty powerful going into Nats. People are definitely looking to test it and see what it can do. Obviously, there are people who potentially will be playing Blackbeard, so that is a little bit of a counter to that deck. So every deck right now seems to have a natural counter. So you kind of got to pick and choose, pick your battles, pick your poison, and kind of go with what your strong suits are, and really have to work on the opposite, like we've seen some of the Lucci matchups or the BY matchups going into the Blackbeards and some of these Doflamingo players playing against some of their Luccis. So definitely some good and bad matchups for pretty much every deck in the game right now.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we got a 7 face with a
Yeah, that
leader
was a
effect
blind
into
one and
a
hitting the
pudding.
pudding. Unfortunate. You would have really liked to see a Weevil, Moria,
So
anything really.
blind flip into nothing, and it tells your opponent what the next card is. And I don't think he's really in a pudding range. I mean, he might be, but I don't know if you're gonna play pudding in this instance.
No, I don't believe we're anywhere close to that card being valuable. All right. I think we've got 1 card left in life for Lucci. It's very hard to tell, unfortunately.
So we're gonna swing 5. I imagine probably into one of the gym bays. -1 to the active Mihawk, which never feels good as a Dofi player if you have to play the Mihawk just actively and hope it sticks to maybe draw 2 and discard 2. But you need the bodies on board. It looks like we got 1 in hand for the Dofi, so it is looking pretty out of shape right now.
All right.
So
Yeah, just asking for cards and
we're gonna
trash.
play
And we have like what, 10-ish there, so we could Tempest kick, but yeah, just deciding to let the Jinbei go.
that 5 gets through there, which feels really bad for the Doflamingo player, but 1 card in hand, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, if we have Jack right now, it'd be very strong. Unsure if we have that.
It looks like he's mapping out that Gecko, potentially Rebecca Spandeem Lucci line here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going Lucci
Want to get us
into Jinbei.
at this point, he might be going into life here because he might be able to. Yeah, he might be able to crack both of these cards. So you just want to put him in a position to where you drop this Gecko. If he takes this next swing, he's at lethal for the next turn. With that Gecko, you could just go 7, 7, 9, 9, whatever you feel like, and that's pretty much going to be the game there. So definitely want to start putting some pressure on that life because we are, I would imagine, going to crack this board here. So just put him on that pretty much 1 turn clock, and there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, I think I would have at least tried to get rid of the Jinbei first. But regardless, because I think we're going
Yeah,
7 into
understandable. It's
Jinbei. If we're
two
able to
ways you can go
remove
about it.
the Mihawk, then they just can't lose. Oh, we're going to face still. Okay, never mind. They're getting the double removal, aren't they?
Yeah, I assume the Gecko's coming down here. And then because he mapped out those 3 or 4 cards there, that CP engine there, so that kind of tells me he's just going to go straight into that setup to where yeah, he must have the Spandeem engraved. He's going to add the Spandeem off the Lucci, or excuse me, off the Rebecca, and then just blow up the board and continue to just go face next turn. So now he's at effective lethal. And if you put any cards on the board, it doesn't do anything for you here. So this is
Yeah.
kind of that dilemma that he wants to put his opponent in.
Yeah, really well sequenced. And we do have one life, I believe, just hiding out in the shadows there for Rob Lucci. And with this board, with no cards on board for Dofi, this is going to be pretty rough. Let's see. Also, table one, I believe, finished. I'd be very inclined to say that Betty probably won that one.
Let's see. Yep, looks like so.
Oh, Teach won
Let me
that.
see if I can.
Wow. That's surprising to me. Betty wasn't able to beat Teach on table one.
It looks like Mark won that one there on table one. It looks like it's pretty gloomy here for the Dofi player. Looks like Slucci should be taking it here pretty effectively pretty soon. I think that's about 3, maybe 4 cards max in hand for the Dofi player. And there's just not anything here that he can spin out. Even a 7 cost spin out a card doesn't really do much.
Yeah, if he was
Even this
at
span team
one
can
life
technically swing.
only, like even then, like you wouldn't. It's you'd have to like, even if like Rebecca wasn't on the board, right? Like you still don't really get to do anything. It's just so tough.
Yeah, so is that looks
Well,
like a 9 maybe
that is a
into a
Weevil
Weevil.
that will get us a card draw. Would have been great for
I
that to have been
imagine
our
we just
top
block
card
anything here with
last
a
turn.
9. Yep. Potentially play a boa here, maybe. Just have the blocker. Sengoku, I imagine looking for either a Weevil into a Boba or maybe just a Boa Raw. Honestly, it's the only card that can help you prolong this game. But even then, Lucci waves a wand and that card's probably gone. And you still have to deal with a 6, a 6, a 9, and a 5 at bare minimum with 10 Dawn. So it's looking pretty out of the ballpark for the Dofi here.
Yeah, I can't really think of a way for us to get there consistently. I mean, we just add a 1K to our hand. We can go like 7-7-9 with 2 Dawn investment and likely win the game just off that.
Yeah. And then even worse come to worse, you have the Spandeem that can swing for 3 extra Dawn.
Yeah, like the Spandine can like start moving for it. Like you're very uncaring on how this ends.
While we're doing that, I'm gonna jump into some other games here preemptively just to see what we might have. Looks like table 2 is that Shanks mirror match that you mentioned.
Yes.
So one of the Shanks is going to be undefeated coming into the next round. Let's see what else we have. Looks like we have a Black Yellow Luffy versus Doflamingo. So one of those probably coming into the next round. So a couple different like you said, a good variety of meta here. So we'll see exactly what ends up going to the top tables. We'll have the 3 undefeateds after this.
Yeah, so it'll be Teach. I'm going to say Rob Lucci. I would be very surprised if Rob Lucci loses this, and
Yeah.
a Shanks. So, which kind of tracks for what, like, I think both Dofi and Rob Lucci are higher up there. Teach, a lot of people have eyes on it, but it hasn't been doing super well immediately. But I think it's a slow burn for this format too. We're also going to go 13 here with leader, which should be enough.
Yeah.
But not always. It's not always enough. This is like the scary situation.
Counting the
where you
two
have to-
case
yeah.
for our opponent with about maybe 5 cards in hand at maximum, 3-4 cards in hand.
Yeah. 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Not close to 13, but not quite there. So we have Adrian currently 5-0 going to round 6. So one of our 3 undefeateds left with Rob Lucci.
Yep, and it looks like we got 2 more good rounds here. I think these are probably going to be the most action-packed rounds. We got some of the more meta decks going against each other. Surprised, honestly, and let me know your opinion. Surprised to see a Blackbeard get this far. Maybe it's just matchup specific. Maybe catching the right bracket. But watching some of your videos and looking at the content from the I believe it was the Booster Box Treasure Cup, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
No teaches in the top 32.
Which I think was surprising. I think the deck is a a little bit of a slow burn of like people figuring out how to play it. I also think that like compared to Asia, North Americans play a little bit more aggressively, which means it's a little
Yeah,
bit worse
definitely.
for Teach. So it's kind of like two things going against it in that way. But I still expect it to do well. It's just it's going to be it's hard to do well immediately because of how different the deck is.
Yeah, a little tough to deal with, but like you said, people are probably getting some more experience with it, cracking it, figuring it out what they like, what they don't like. In the meantime, we will jump into a board with three Utas and a Sanji on there.
Honestly, our play on the right, they've got more cards on board, right? So they're in the lead position, right?
I think that's how that
I
works.
think
We can
that's
have
that's correct. The Uta power is just too strong.
hey, if we go to time, just know the lives are tied. So cards in deck and then characters on board. So looking at the Shanks mirror match here, I've watched a decent amount of this. It seems to, and you can tell me what you've seen. It seems to come down to who has the more dragons, Rayleighs, and 10 costs. It seems for the most part, right?
Yeah, and I mean we're like kind of even. We're leaving two open. This could be in a spot where like yeah, there are a bunch of Utas, but like they can still kind of go for game. The Silver's Rayleigh kind of pops up too, so it's clear like we're being
Right.
defensive. But the fact that there's two 10-drop Shanks on the other side is very scary. That means that these Utas are currently 0Ks, which means they're not really doing anything.
Yeah, so it looks like player on the left obviously has the advantage here. We got one blocker on the player on the right hand side. I think we watched this player on the right hand side on the in one of the early matchups. I remember half the Uta
Yeah,
missing. But
yeah.
we
I
have this
remember
Sanji.
guessing the wrong 10 cost Shanks. So
Let's see. So we're just gonna swing a straight 12.
yeah, I mean 12, 12, and then 19 will likely get there.
Yeah, that's tough to defend against. We have the two active, so I mean, even with the Red Hawk, just doesn't feel that great. But we do got it. So
All right. No Red Hawks, which again would maybe be a saving grace, but even then, it's just so rough. Oh, Roger,
ooh,
just to stop the Silvers, yeah,
and immediately drops the hand.
yeah. And I understand like why you didn't want to use the Silvers until later, just because like it was kind of your win condition to try to go for game next turn as like our second attacker. But I think I don't know. Whoever plays the 10 cost Shanks kind of wins, and you played two, and your opponent seemingly played zero. So that's pretty tough for you to stabilize with. So
Yeah.
we have our play on the left. Let me believe there. This is Dan, if I'm correct. Yeah, this is Dan on the left. So we've got Dan with Shanks. We've got Mark with Teach, and we also have
The Lucci.
Adrian with Lucci. So those are our three undefeateds at the end of round number 5. So
So interesting to see who gets to play down here. That could be the last round there.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. So
or
we
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 can
have
go into 7.
we'll have three undefeateds. We'll watch table one, so whatever gets paired up there, we'll watch because it's maybe finals. But then whoever gets paired down at table two, if they lose, tournament will be over in 6 rounds. But then 50-50 on a seventh round.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly what's going on. I think we've seen pretty much all of the meta matchups. We've seen a Shanks versus a purple Luffy. I don't think we've seen a purple Luffy versus a Doflamingo. We've seen Blackbeard versus BY Luffy. I don't think we've seen a BY Luffy into a Shank. So there are some matchups we didn't get a chance to cast. Obviously, we're just a variety, and I mean we've seen Bello Betty versus a couple different decks. So interesting variety to see what's going on going into nationals, and then obviously I believe there's a ton of treasure cups in February. Leading into March into OP09, so that'll be good to see how the format evolves. And I know typically early and later in the format things are very different. So
Yeah, for sure. But we don't have that much time left. It seems like most of the games we were watching are kind of over. as well. So we're gonna take a tiny break. Yeah, we'll take a tiny break. We'll have round number 6. We'll see who gets paired up on table 1. We'll watch that match and kind of go from there. So we'll do that. We'll see you guys there, and we'll be back in how much time's left in round? I'm gonna say like 12 minutes. I'll put 12 minutes on the timer. So that's what we've got, and we'll see you guys over there. We will be
Perfect.
right back. All right, we are back. We have the sixth and maybe final round. And it is going to be the Teach versus the Shanks.
Ooh. And then yeah, we got Adrian, who was on that Lucci, paired down into James, which I don't remember what James was playing there.
I think James is playing Shanks. So it's Shanks on
Shanks,
Lucci
okay.
on 2. If Lucci's able to win, we'll go into a seventh and final round. Otherwise, this will be the finals for the event today.
So interested to see what's going on here. We got one of the side events firing off here, so all the events in full force. Going to be interested to see what this matchup looks like. I've tested this matchup quite a bit on the Blackbeard side. I initially thought it was pretty favored for Blackbeard, but it is about a 50-50. From my experience, you want to kind of just let the effects go through until about 7, so that Ben Beckman comes out.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be one of the big contingent points. Sometimes you have to give up that Marco turn, allow them to kill a card. Um, but yeah, after 7, and then sometimes even on 10, you're not going to activate the effect just because you know they might just drop that 10 cost. So it's very scarce, and it's a very peculiar spot to where you would drop that leader effect here.
For sure. All right, and looks like we're getting set up. I think both players want to go second here. We both have some really powerful 10 drops because of that. So that's going to be, I think, a bit of a deciding factor for this one. And looks like we mulligan for Shanks. We just know we can't mulligan again, so we put our 5 down, and looks like we're going to get started pretty soon.
Yep. So we'll see what this looks like. They are good to start. Just double checking that they're good to go.
Oh, and Shanks is going to be able to go second. So that's, again, I think that's pretty strong. Looks like we're playing the Lafayette out and going to be passing from there.
Which is a good card to start off with. It's going to eat up one of the swings because as the Shanks player, as any deck honestly into this Blackbeard, you just don't want to have this card resolve multiple times, giving your opponent um, multiple turns of resources. So it looks like we're just going to go pass over. So potentially having the Red Hawk, sometimes players will play that Sanji there to keep that tempo on that Blackbeard player as well. So we'll
Mm-hmm.
see exactly what we can come up with off this Lafitte.
Yeah, but if we have Red Rock here just to get rid of the 1 drop and get out of the attack would be strong. I'd be like almost tempted to not even attack with leader, but just kind of depends on how much Dawn we have left.
Yeah, so
Oh, we're getting another one? Yeah, I think that's just way better.
yeah. Especially on the 4 Dawn turn, there's not much you can do. So you're just going to be digging into the deck, 10 cards. Don't get a swing off this turn, but I think you mitigating your. Oh, actually, so we're just going to play a raw here.
Hmm.
So wanting to get that pressure off the swing, but
Yeah,
still.
there's the Red Hawk, though. That gets the free removal there. You can play the other one for 1, but I don't know. I don't know what's better or worse. I think, though, I likely would have just played it again and just waited, but this is where we're at.
Yeah, I definitely think you're correct on that. I personally probably would have played the second one and just foregone the swing there
Mm-hmm.
to really just put the advantage kind of over the top. Granted, your opponent would have had to swing into one of them, but you would have had essentially another search already going into the next turn without having to tap that Dawn.
Yeah, but a quick 7 from Shanks, going to pass 2 open once again. So this is kind of like the anti mind game or the mind game now. Like, oh, I did it once. I can show you that play's available. You're going to play around it. You're going to play into it. Like, do I even have a second Red Hawk?
Yeah.
I like that kind of mind game.
And quick shout out to Mark here, actually. If you guys see on the right hand side of that mat, right under the graveyard, you see that TCG. That is actually a trading card. Trading card. I was going to say trading card game. Holy moly. That is a top choice gaming mat there.
Yeah.
So one of the mats that could potentially be given away to the top 2 place winners here. One gets given away to the first, one gets given away to second. So shout out to Mark, obviously a top choice gaming local, or at least has visited the shop. So
Yeah.
definitely shout out to them.
Yeah. Hopefully they get to double their collection of their mats there.
Yeah, just had a near mint one in there. But we got the Lafitte into the It's My Time. I imagine we either drop a Burgess here or the It's My Time, and then potentially um, play dot Q or some other things. Maybe swing six.
Looks like, yeah, we're just going to immediately activate it. Look at top three. We have a stronger, a third copy of Lafayette. I think we go for the third copy, right? With
I
them
think
like
so
not
too.
establishing anything, like they have to attack into it again. Yeah, just go full greed here. Now in
Yeah,
this spot, I think we're
especially
good to swing six
oh,
and then
those
Lafayette.
cards are so. Oh, never mind.
No,
That's
no,
my
yeah,
time. Okay, I just
yeah,
wanted to make
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
Wait,
Lafayette should be in hand. Just so we know.
let's
I can let him know.
make sure we catch that real
1 second.
quick.
Do both of them.
Jump in there real
Hey,
quick. I'm
that
gonna mute up and stuff.
okay. The second Lafayette should be in hand, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump
Yeah,
in there
that
really
should be in
quick,
hand and
just to
shouldn't be
make
rested
sure.
because you
Where's
had
there?
so you
Let me just
went
make
Lafitte
sure.
effect plus
I'll mute up here real fast.
All right.
So,
Yeah.
looks like players are correcting themselves there. Even the Shanks player was curious as to what was going on. So we're gonna get the play rectified here. We're gonna add the Lafitte off of the It's My Time. Then we're gonna play the dot Q. Looks like we swung six. We got leader affected, and we gave him a Rayleigh in this instance. And we're just gonna pass right back over to the Shanks. We did not leader effect. So again, like I said, for my testing, I don't think you leader effect until about 7 dawn. If they have the Marco, they have the Marco.
Mm-hmm.
But in this instance, you're mitigating an attack with the Lafitte, and if he Marcos, you draw a card. So
Yeah. But we're playing our second best 5-drop, I think, in this spot. It is the 5-drop ace. This is a pretty good card for us. It's hard for our opponent to remove it. And it's a 6K body on top of that. So it's hard for them to even like attack into it naturally. So I think that's super solid. And I really do like playing the ace. It's a great card to hit on curve, especially in a matchup like this one.
yeah, very good card. Honestly, it's very difficult to deal with, especially if it's not rested. Just having to kind of overexert yourself to get rid of it. But if you do have the options to, I know Lucci has the options to pop it twice. In this instance, we're at 7 dawn, so even if we labooned here, it wouldn't be the best. But we're gonna elect to play the Lafitte, which has been honestly our saving grace at this point in time. We haven't seen, I don't think, any 10 cost searches. So potentially we have them in the hand, or maybe they're just not coming up. But we've seen 15 plus cards, just the Lafitte alone. So
Yeah, that's been honestly, I think it's one of the strongest cards in the deck, at least for the early game. Just makes your opponent kind of have to answer it. Some decks just can't do that without just attacking straight up, so it eats up an attack and draws us a card. Just very strong in a situation like this where Shanks also just wasn't able to get your Utas or any other like early game cards to trade into it for free.
yeah, very strong, very strong. And this is something that the Shanks has to deal with. But once we get into the later portion of the game, it is going to be, oh, there's that stronger. Something that I mentioned earlier, it doesn't feel that great, and I know most people are saying it's just a 2K, but honestly, it's one of the few minuses in the decks that you can actually use. You're going to get a +1 off of it. It's going to be a -1 altogether, but it looks like we're going to play a 4 dawn liberation here, blow it up, and then
Yeah.
it's going to stay alive, and then we're going to dot Q it. Oh, never
No,
mind.
no,
Well,
it's
it's just
so
liberation because
it
it negates
removed
the effect.
yeah, negates the effect, yeah. So
That's what happens when you drop Blackbeard after 2 weeks of testing. You forget what it does.
man, this deck is good, but not for me. And then
Hey,
just it goes
I
away.
was like, this deck is so good, and then I played Dofi 4 or 5 times, and I was like,
Yeah,
maybe I try something else.
but some really good removal. It's one of the rare ways we can actually get rid of an ace in this build. So really good awareness for that. And we're just going to start off with a simple 5 into 5. Oh, it's my age.
Oh,
Once again,
good
looking
trigger.
at top 3. Adding, oh, we get pretty much the suite, right? Do we want a 2K? Do we want a removal? Do we want another dock Q? Looks like we want another 2K.
But that was a really good turn for the Blackbeard player there. We're gonna play this Rayleigh. Rayleigh's actually gonna be pretty helpful. Gonna probably get rid of the searcher, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, the searcher, and then if he just has the removal, you just allow him to have the removal. He has to have the reduction and the removal. Um, which he has the dot Q on board, but a really good plan turn previously from the Blackbeard player to save that dot Q to potentially work the setup. You can go Laboon into Von Auger here. You
Hmm.
can do a couple different things to get rid of this card and still have swings going into your 10 Don turn where it's just going to be 10 drop after 10 drop potentially.
Yeah, and something I do want to mention that I appreciate from Mark is that we're just not using our leader effect, which I think is going to be the determiner of a really good teach player is determining when it's important enough to actually use the effect or not. So looks like we're going to start off with Laboon, and spoilers, we do also have the Von Auger in there, so -4 to the card there, making it cost 4. Gonna be able to for
Double Laboon, it looks like.
it's either double Laboon or we're going to be able to Liberation
Or
to remove it.
Pistol
Yeah.
or Liberation. Yep.
Honestly, I would have liked Von Auger more to be honest, but I think we're still fine.
Yeah, definitely. I think it adds pressure to the board, and it's also an additional threat, not just being an attacker. And it also allows you to kind of mitigate some of the cards. Only bad part about Von Auger in this matchup is it's a -3, and most of the cards you want to kill are minus or 5 cost. The only thing you can actually touch is a Lucky Root,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty much a 1-for-1 trade with the Von Auger. So it's kind of like almost like a 1-for-1, which doesn't feel the best.
Yeah, but we got hit by the EB01 special, the Laboon into the finger pistol. Being able to get rid of that silvers, and now it's the did my opponent end up finding a 10 drop Shanks, and they did not, meaning we're going to be in a good spot. 7k into this. Do we have maybe a 8 cost dragon? Yeah, that at
Yep.
least is a good constellation prize.
So Dragon 9 face. I want to say that's 2 or 3 life for the teach, maybe 2.
I believe they're down to 2. Shanks has not lost a life yet, which is pretty impressive. And we will have to see. Yeah, there comes 10 cost. Not too surprising. We're going to use the effect to counter both the leader effect and the dragon. We're just going to take this 5 straight up. And then we're going to rest this. I think, okay. I think I saw Mark play this deck at the Treasure Cup because he did this really peculiar thing there, too, where he'd always rest the dock queue. And I think it's bait to have them attack into it so you get a card draw. I I think that's generally what it is. Giving your opponent an opportunity to make a mistake to give you the extra card draw. Because I don't think Doc Q's really doing anything for the rest of the game now.
Yeah, it's actually it's a really heads up play. I'll be honest with you. A good player should probably never touch that card because we're just gonna play 10 drop versus 10 drop versus 10 drop, and I'm not gonna give you a free card. But I like to see the heads up play from players really trying to get creative and find any way to maintain an advantage or find some type of advantage to continue to play the card game.
Yeah.
Um, Especially, it looks like his hand is potentially. Ooh, what did we just put a card back? Am I losing it?
No, we are end up playing a 10 cost Shanks here. So a turn late, but I think honestly playing the dragon that previous turn might have been the better spot. But yeah, it's now just we're both playing 10 drops. We're seeing who has more of them and who's are more impactful. But we're playing that. We're stunning the Shanks. So the -1k blanket doesn't happen anymore either for right now. And we're thinking about attacking with the other 10 drop. Yeah, I think we are. All right, but yeah, it's definitely like as silly as it sounds. It really is just whoever sees more 10 drops, and it looks like we are going to start with a 12 here, and likely just into the Shanks leader, which I'm very confident we're going to have to take. Oh, we're attacking into the Shanks itself though, so it's 12 into 12, and we're just going to 1k out.
Yeah, and some of the testing you kind of have to. I'm assuming he's going to play another It's just going to be a continuous 12 and a 12 or 10 and a 10s. But sometimes you have to get aggressive with these 12s just because the fact that obviously, there's going to be a Shanks coming down potentially. This one's neutralized. So even if he does bring another 10 cost down, you have a block 2K opportunity potentially, or you might just block the dragon, counter out of the first one, and then potentially 2K out of the second one to keep your entire board there. So then you can come right back, drop another 10 cost, turn one sideways, or maybe even two. And then at that point in time, you're putting your opponent on a pretty vulnerable position, and you're getting closer to that lethal turn to where you can just, all you need is one Blackbeard, potentially one Burgess, which we haven't been able to see in
No.
this matchup, which is throughout my testing, obviously you want to drop a Burgess anywhere from 4 to 6 to 8 if you can, but we spent a lot of time trying to mitigate the board, so that's understandable as well.
All right, we take our first big attack with this 5K Shanks, 1K out. And again, Mark, super heads up, just not using their leader effect. I think in these situations, there's not much that the on plays for Shanks would make it useful to do so. So because of that, I think it's you're rewarded for that knowledge. But I could be
Yeah.
wrong. Looks like we're going to be playing 8 for. No, sorry, we're just putting 8
Oh,
on this
hello.
dragon. This is going to be a big 17, likely into the teach blocker. Yeah, and we are going to be able to get rid of it.
So going to mitigate one of the teaches, and that's one of those instances to where I was alluding to. Sometimes on 10, you just don't activate the leader effect because there's, a 10 drop comes down and it's no on play to negate, and it gets to this point to where you need the cards in your hand. You also need to block in 2K some of these things, so you just got to make sure you have the resources to continue doing that. And the Shanks player is pretty healthy here, so that's it's still a grind game for this teach. It's not just like it's immediate a win condition, and stage on turn like 15 is not the greatest, but
No. Yeah, you were hoping to find room to have established that. I mean, we started with such a good start with all the Lafayette's, um, and we're looking.
it looks like we pitched stronger to find it's my time to contemplate what we want, which we're going to grab a Vasco or Tabasco as I call him. And again, very limited on the resources for both players in terms of hands. Kind of hard to see exactly how many Mark has, but I think it's can't be no more than a few, maybe 3 or 4 cards there.
Sure. And looks like we're going to start off with a 7. I think we'd be, yeah, we're a little bit inclined to
I
take it.
like to take.
Going down to 3.
We have what is it, 8 Don roughly, or no, actually 6 Don for the teach.
Yeah, we have 6 left after the stage, the event, and the 2 on leader.
A Burgess plus a Vasco shot here would be pretty good.
Yeah, we just don't have that many cards left in hand for Teach, making it a little bit difficult.
And it looks like Mark's in kind of a contemplation of really trying to get this game over with as quick as possible. So he's going to turn that teach sideways to, yep, Burgess and a Vasco shot. So we're going to turn that teach sideways to potentially put lethal on the board with turning the dot key sideways, just like you said, really trying to get as much advantage as he can, throwing the bait out there, saying, hey, listen, if you want it, you got it. I'll just take a free card.
Yeah.
But this is technically lethal on the board for.
If the blocker wasn't there. Yeah, but we are going to
Ooh.
just attack straight up, knowing that that's just in the way. We're gonna go 5. Oh yeah, sorry, we don't have to show that. Not that it
Was that supposed to be
seemingly
no
matters.
trigger?
Yeah. I get a block here in case they have Roger, of course, and then I mean, what? We just play a big old. We could play silvers right here. We could
Let's see
play.
here, and I don't think it matters what card Mark or Dan plays here. I think honestly he can play anything and he'd be a-okay, as long as he just doesn't die to a 7K dot Q swing.
Yeah. But counting how many cards we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of this. So this is an 11K Burgess, 10K after Shank's effect. So we have to respect it. Silver's is
Actually, 7. Yeah,
gonna
11. Yep, 10K.
yeah, Silver's gonna knock it down a little bit. It also means like Doc Q like functionally, Doc Q is like -3 right now. You'd have to
Oh yeah.
put 8 then 9 Dawn on it to be able to get anything. And we could have KO'd it, but I think preventing them from getting the draw is a lot better in a situation like this. And I think Shanks is gonna get this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Anytime your opponent has to stack any amount of down on a character that doesn't have any power, or in this case -1, plus you still have the leader effect, you're completely okay with that.
Oh, but
10 cost
we
here
did top deck
gives
that.
you somewhat of a turn. You can go 5 here, face, which gets neutralized by the leader. You can turn your Burgess sideways.
Well, if
That
if
would
we
get.
play our 10 drop first, we don't get to neutralize it. Like right because we lose our leader
Oh, right,
effect.
right, right. Yeah, you're right. So play the leader first, neutralize the or play the 10, neutralize the leader, neutralize the Shanks in this instance. 5 face, rip a card, and then potentially put your opponent at 1 life and hope for the best. We won't
Yeah.
be able to leader effect. We won't have any counter in hand, so we'd be pretty much banking on nothing much. Honestly, you just get 5 to face, and you kind of start to lose the game at that point. Oh, we're thinking about it.
We're thinking about it. It's a lot of. I mean, we have 5 cards in hand. I think we just play Teach, right? Yeah, we gotta just do it.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. You have to put 10 down to swing 7.
Yeah, but these situations are always like the nightmare. I'm like, all right, well, we've got Burgess here. I've got like 19 cards in trash, so I could get one more. But they have Shanks, so there's like a -1 floating. Like it gets kind of complex pretty quickly in a matchup like this one.
Oh yeah, the numbers don't feel that great at all. So it's one of those things that you just kind of gotta figure it out, work it to the best of your ability. But most of the time, if you're -3K on one character, -2K on another character, you got one swing, one block, one card in hand. It gets overwhelming. There's not much you can do. Sometimes in those instances, you just got to see if you can hope and swing and try to see if you can hit a home run. Which in this instance, I'm gonna be honest, this might be a strikeout, but
Yeah.
you got to try.
And right now the Burgess is at I believe 9K. Uh, Thinking about it. I mean, we just went on board next turn, right? We just need like a
Yeah.
7K and then two 9K
Honestly,
attacks.
you can
Yeah.
you can swing 5. If he counters, you swing the other card. He takes, you swing that card, and you swing the other card. So honestly, you can pretty much swing all these characters base. You can start with anything, and the touchdown is necessary. But there's just no way for him to, as long as that's one card in hand. I believe for Mark, for the Blackbeard player, I think it's already over.
Yeah. I think we're just like double checking math. One card in hand. We might. Yeah, we're gonna red rock.
Are we gonna go up to? Oh no, yep, we're
Yeah,
gonna
we're
lose up to
gonna
0.
yeah, and then a 2K. Yeah, so we get out of it. We
You
could get
see,
rid of the
you see
dock queue,
Mark.
but that just gives them an extra card draw, so we don't want to do that.
He was quick to try to get that card off the board, but obviously there are cards that you can choose up to nothing. So
Yeah. All right. Drawing for turn. Yeah, I think it's as easy as 7, 8, 9. We're gonna start off with the 9 though. Get the free blah. Oh, you don't. I mean, it stays on board. You don't lose it, but that's fine.
yeah, definitely. Well, he probably thinks it's a 12K.
Yeah, there. Okay, yeah, yep. Corrects it. We're going 8 in the lead, and then casually 15. Yep, there it
And
is.
show him the liberation. Yeah.
Let's see. Burgess was at well, it's base 12K, but you lost 3 because of the silver. That's the additional minus because the silvers was played last turn. So yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
and there's the Goldie Roger as well in case you didn't block first, but
Oof.
I had another 10 cost
And
Shanks.
another 10 cost Shanks.
So Dan won on table 1. Let's see. We'll go back to us real quick. Let's see how table number 2 is doing right now.
Let's see. I'm interested to see how
Oh,
this
they
one's going.
just wrapped it up. Let's see if they reported on table 2. If Adrian won, we got one more round. If no, James ended up taking it with Shanks beating Lucci, so that actually will be it for us. Shanks gets first place. We have an X1 likely getting top 8 as well. So at least 2 Shanks in the top there too. And then our Blackbeard should get top 8 as well, with the next one only losing the final round. So
Yeah, so surprising on the pair down there. Adrian was playing pretty well with the Lucci,
yeah.
and Marcus playing really well with the Blackbeard all day. Some really technical gameplay. I know that deck is not the easiest to pilot,
Mm-mm.
especially like you said with the knowing when to leader effect and when not to leader effect. So it's a very tough deck to pilot, especially in a format where everything's just aggro and really pushing you to the limit. So big shout outs to all those guys. We'll see what the rankings or the pairings look like here because everyone from first to 8 gets prized out.
Yeah.
So that's good to see. So a reason for everyone to keep playing. But that is for the most part everything there. So really good event so far. Like I said, I'm happy that we were able to do this not only with Eggman, but for the community as well. And now we got, like I said, we got 108 players, like you said, players from all over the country and all over the world, honestly. So
Yeah, it's super cool to see that, and I appreciate being able to be part of this. A lot of fun. Also, a couple links for you guys. Let's see. First, there will be it's Eggman events. Top 16 will be on my website. I'm gonna say by Monday morning. Might be a little bit sooner, so you can make sure to check that out too. Also, if you go to People's, you guys are doing one side event. Are you still doing more of them right now?
we have 2 side events firing right now. Hey, how many side events are you firing? So it's kind of touch and go, honestly. So as long as we can get them filled up, we'll run them. I think they're 16-man pods. So it's 16-man pods, just like the normal not case tournaments, excuse me, like the regular regionals or win a box at any other treasure cup or anything like that. So 16-man pods, $10 entry, winner take all. So it's 4 rounds. So we'll be firing those, I guess, until no one wants to play anymore. It
Yeah.
is 4 West Coast time, so I'm sure people are kind of getting to that contention point after 7 rounds of just grueling gameplay. So yeah, it's still side events going on. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, and then you guys can watch this. This will be on YouTube. You'll be able to watch it as soon as this ends there too. So other than that, make sure to check out People's Card Shop. They're going to be starting some Monday stuff starting in 2025. So not this Monday, but next one. They're going to be doing some weekly Monday tournaments, which should be a lot of fun. We'll be doing more stuff for Eggman events too in the near future. I have to get to 2025 in the first place, and once I get there, we'll know what's going on. So again, really appreciate it. We will have deck list out by Monday morning. It might even be tomorrow. I might just drop them tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling. And you guys can check that out too. And it should be fun as we get closer and closer to Card Fest at the start of next year.
Yep, definitely. Just wanted to say thank you to Eggman. Like I said, appreciate the opportunity to get on here and cast with you. Big shout out to both our co-hosts for the tournament, the People's Card Shop out in Las
Yep.
Vegas, Top Choice Gaming out in Colton, California. Both owners are really helpful, really looking out for the community. As Eggman said, he's going to have some 2025 stuff coming out, new updated dice coming out, so look out for that on his Twitter and whatnot. Peoplescardshop.com for anything People's Card Shop related. As you said, Mondays is going to be our weekly online box tournament. Those entries are typically about $7, but you can find all the information at the peoplescardshop.com, which I imagine we can probably just drop somewhere in here.
Yeah, I think it's if you just use the command Peoples, it should be there for you.
Other than that, appreciate every single player that came out to play today. First round was always rough at every event.
Yeah, once we get past the first one, it's usually smooth sailing. So it wasn't it. I've done a lot of events. You are not even nothing bad happened. This was really smooth. I really appreciate it. So
good. I'm glad. Well, yeah, appreciate the opportunity for having us. Hopefully some more things to come in the future. So like I said, make sure you guys check out both the hosts, Top Choice Gaming, People's Card Shop. Check out Eggman. If you see me at Nat, say hello. I'll be there with my whole team. And I guess are we hanging out to the standings here, or are we just gonna do the standings? Or you'll do that on your own time?
Well, I'll just let you guys announce it. I'll make a tweet on it too.
Okay.
So I'm gonna raid Vampire. I think he's playing one of your side events too. So we'll do that raid there. Join the raid. Let them know where you all came from. I'll be back. I'll probably do one more stream this year on Monday. We'll see. Don't hold me to it, but that's my plan. But join the raid. Let them know where you all came from, and I'll see you guys next
Shout
time.
out to Jacoby.
Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye
All right, you
bye.
guys have a good one.